Nature isn't as quiet as you think it is. It is loud, so incredibly loud, but not in the way you're familiar with. Not with the growls and snarls of animals, the sound of the wind whirling, or even the waves crashing upon the sand. It speaks and it sings in every little breath and movement. When the stars twinkle, it's music. The knot in a tree, a single message of the trunk's thoughts and memories. Every ocean current, a murmur of the path it has yet to take. And all of these small intricacies of the world press upon me, willing me to lend my ears to their thoughts and desires, their life and their future. It's overwhelming. And yet, if I had to turn my back on the song that follows my every step, that rocks me to sleep as I slumber beneath the night sky, only emptiness awaits. I'd be falling back into a hollow life, straining for something that is always just beyond my reach. And so I'm here, blooming with the melody that grows every day, continuing to listen to the song that guides me until I'm able to play along. And one day, I'll compose my own aria to sing amongst the stars.
There is a great war emerging. A war between righteousness and evil, the light and the darkness, between the truth and the lies. As this great war wages right beneath the surface, it threatens to drown whom it touches. The war for my soul threatens to tear me apart. The truth of the great Triton protector has shown me the lies of a false god who deceived my tribe, the Nalos. Now they remain manipulated by the lies and isolated from the other Tritons. Within my body, the light of Prasanna ignites a great flame, but I have been touched by the darkness of the Shadowfell. The divine light and the shadows have given me the blessings to use my powers to help and defend the individuals of this world. May my mind, heart, and soul be filled with righteousness and not fully engulfed in the evils that have influenced my people. May I have the strength to face my indiscretions of my past and save the Nalos from certain death. May I find balance through this war, to use my love and the pain that I have endured to protect the very people that mean the world to me. For my new tribe, my new family. This war remains, but I will fight it gladly until I become one with the protector of the infinite seas, Proximus.
Hey! Hi! I don't have time for this. No offense, very busy. Hand me that red flask. The one on the left. Your other left. Oh, it's Winnie, sea scavenger extraordinaire. Shouldn't she be scavenging? Yes, I should. But no, there's things out there. Star things. Powerful things. World-changing things that need to be investigated. There's something... Jeffrey, don't eat that. Something I know I knew. There's so much I don't remember. Don't know. I have to relearn it. But how? So, I'm here, experimenting. Trying not to set the ship on fire. I don't even know what I'm looking for, exactly. Can a star be created? Can you get close to making a star? How do you reverse engineer the biggest magical object you've ever come across when you don't even have it anymore? See, I'm really good at the questions, but all I'm finding so far are more of them and no answers. Well, and a potion that makes you, really strong, but that's not what I wanted. Hey, do you... No, Jeffrey, don't eat that!
If freedom was what I was searching for, I found it in the crumbled remains of a statue. I found it in the sails of a stolen warship. I found it in a spark. Or a flame, rather. But I know it's not real. The shadows that wither and watch at night remind me of that. Each soul that I've marked in order to protect others reminds me. It all reminds me that I wasn't strong enough to stand on my own. I couldn't escape without selling my soul to an even worse evil. Or what was left of my soul anyways. It wants to consume all it can. All the power that Domaris has to offer, all the life that it can take. I can't let it take any more than it already has, any more than I've already given. I will not be the reason that this world ends. Come hell or high water, this can only end one way. Because I have too much to lose if it doesn't. I can't lose it all again. I won't lose it all again. Not this time, you fickle fate bastards.
Waves crash on the beach of an endless sea. In them you hear a voice, a beckoning lure you have heard so many times before. It is the song of the horizon. She calls to you. She sings of endless wonders and untold horrors, of golden promises and dire warnings, and you know her song. It has always been there. Listen, can you hear it? The wind is in your favor, the tide is rising, the sea is yours for the taking, and your ship awaits. Fair winds and following seas, brave mariner. May fortune find you when the horizon calls.
Ahoy and welcome everybody. Welcome back to Horizon's Call. I'm Derek Sword. I use he, him pronouns. I am your GM for this wonderful game. I am, as you could say, a guiding compass as we navigate the treacherous seas of Damaris, the homebrew world of Horizon's Call. You can tell I'm a guiding compass because my bracelet says so. Kaila made that. I am so glad to be back. Last week, of course, we had our pre-recorded episode where we explored a little bit more about Acacia and Fia and how dreams and stars and time and the things beyond all of those lurk. But we're back with a normal episode. We're live. We're in the same time as all of you, but also time works differently because of it has zones and things like that. Anyway, just want to throw this out before I have my wonderful cast introduce themselves and say more about their characters and we get into recaps and all that stuff, that you can support this game and this cast by tipping through our Pally. Pally.gg is a wonderful tool that we have found because our channel doesn't break even yet. It just doesn't. That's fine. We're still paying off licenses and stuff like that. So until we break even and are able to pay our cast as handsomely as we would like, we use Pally. Pally is a great tool that takes whatever you were able to tip, evenly distributes it based on shares among the wonderful folk who play, as well as any folk who might be working on the crew, who might be producing, GMs, all artists, all the kind of background stuff that we have. So should you be in the giving mood, it's very much appreciated. We advise that you don't go through Twitch because Twitch just takes a little bit too much of a cut. If you do, it's appreciated. You know, subscriptions, all that stuff, it's fantastic. It goes directly towards the channel, helps us get towards that break-even point. But we like to just skip over that middleman, have Pally not take as much out of whatever you're generous enough to tip, and it goes directly to these incredible folks. All that said, I'm gonna stop talking for a second, have these people introduce themselves. So unless the arrangement has changed drastically, I believe, Mare, you were up first, if you don't mind.
Hello, I am first on the screen, but also alphabetically with Acacia. Hi, I'm Mare. I use they, she pronouns, and I play Acacia, who uses she, her pronouns, and is your soul knife, rogue, star, druid, centaur person, big mouthful, who is very glad to be live and not a recording this week.
Fantastic. Centaurs are big mouthfuls. In general, if you were going to eat one, it would take more time than your standard other humanoid. Eva, I believe you are next.
I suppose I am. Hi, hello, I am Eva, she, her pronouns, and today I am playing Winnie, also she, her pronouns, who is your sea elf alchemical artificer. Yep.
She sure is. Fantastic. great. Next up are the very lovely Mikyl.
That was a great intro. I've never been called lovely before.
It should happen more often. You're amazing.
That made me feel good. Thank you, Derek. Hi, fam. I'm Mikyl. He, him pronouns. I'm playing Proximus. I know this because it's also on my wrist, and Kaila made that for me too. And I'm your Triton sorcerer paladin that's trying to make amends.
Absolutely. Mikyl is also the resident artist that we have for the show, and actually kind of for our channel. We're very, very fortunate to have Mikyl showing the amazing talent that he has. So if you see the art on the screen, Mikyl did that. Go support him on all of his social places for that kind of stuff. We want to encourage him to make more and more art. Also, I do appreciate that Kaila has essentially given us medical bracelets that if we forget who we are, we can just look down and double check and go, oh yeah, okay, I remember now. Last but absolutely not least, the bracelet girl herself, Kaila.
Can you tell what my summer hyperfixation has been? It's been friendship bracelets. Hi, hello, my name is Kaila. I use she, her pronouns. I play our murder mermaid, Scarlet Shores, who also uses she, her pronouns.
You sure do.
You can't say Siren Warlock. It doesn't...
Not anymore.
I'm so sad. It's gotta figure it out.
Warlock no more. No,
Warlock
just
no
very
more.
much I've not to make overly light of this, but in my head it's that Spider-Man cover where he has the Spider-Man outfit in the trash can, he's walking away with his head hung, and the cover just says Spider-Man no more, but it just says Warlock no more, and there's just Scarlet's hand just hanging out of it. Anyway, yes, to get to our recap and what I'm actually talking about in case you missed 2 sessions ago, Mikyl, I believe you have it. Take it away.
Yes. The last time we met our heroes, I woke up atop Red Tide Rock alone, left with a black feather and only memories of a beautiful being. Anyway, Winnie went scavenger hunting in the wrecked ships below the water. Keisha worked on her plans at the ship for a brand new star map. Scarlet and Marcus had a date under the water. When we met up together, Scarlet invited us to help her cast off the shackles of her patron. Her mother revealed the name of that being to Scarlet, but because of my accent, I'm not going to even try that. We met the next morning, prepared for battle. Winnie prepared potions to assist Scarlet, and I anointed Scarlet the Queen of Redemption. We can rework that title later, but, you know. Scarlet flew to the highest spire of the Red Tide Rock, while we all positioned ourselves ready for a battle. The sirens began the ceremony with chants and singing, and out of the seas came a vicious being. A horde of them, called the Starspawn. They began to swarm us, trying to get to Scarlet, but Winnie, Jeffrey, Smokey, and I fought off the horde from the spire, while Acacia, Marcus, Honey, Connery, Sammy, and the rest of the crew protected the invasion from the ships. As we fought, we noticed that the star spawns began to weaken as Scarlet fought through her mental battle with her patron. When she broke her chains, the force cast her off the spire, plunging into the sea. She woke up in relatively good spirits. Physically, she lost an arm. However, there is no cost too great to have your freedom. I'm sure she feels that it is a small price for the outcome of breaking the chains of servitude to such an evil being. We all knew that she was worthy. I hope now she knows that is a reality.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mikyl. Go ahead and enjoy that inspiration. Do with it as you will. Okay. We're going to pick up, I think, on Cross's Mercy, not long after when we left our last full session. So to remind you all were surrounding Scarlet, who had been placed in her bed, with her injury, her loss, and had just watched as she woke up, seemingly fine. Her family's there, Marcus is there, you all as well. I think that there's a moment where, Scarlet, you've awakened for the first time, and you feel this warmth that I was gonna presume sirens are maybe cold-blooded. It kind of tracks a little bit. And I think that there's this warmth kind of all over your body. It's not intense, it's not a burning heat. But it's almost like it's almost an inverse of when you would invoke the name of your last patron, and all of those letters, all of that elder would ignite on your body and mark someone. And you get this moment where you feel the warmth, and you start to see the letters lining up again, except you know elder. You knew this thing's name, and yet you can see that the letters aren't the same. It's not spelling out this thing's name over and over. This isn't a curse. It's hard to translate directly, but it's something close to freedom, safety, sanctuary, something along the lines of chains unbound. And those words ignite all over your body in front of your friends and family, and all of you feel this warmth wash all over you as this light then just dims on Scarlet's body. And you're not exactly sure what happens in that moment, Scarlet, but the rest of you, maybe whether you knew it or not, you've had for quite some time this very low level headache. And it's been there for so long that it's just become normal, and yet it's that the pressure of it is just gone. And you all just feel better than you have in months, almost a year, in fact. What would you all like to do?
I want to know how Scarlet's doing.
You want to do a medicine check?
No, this is just Mare being like to Kaila.
Okay.
Yeah, I too would like to know.
Well enough to get out of bed.
Oh.
No, in reality, I think probably very tired, but
Yeah, I was gonna
also
say. Go ahead.
sense of relief. I can't think of the situation of how to explain it.
I think it's like you've had a very, very long healing session that hasn't actually been that long. It might even be similar to somebody waking up from a coma, or somebody coming out of an anesthesic sort of sleep. There's a stumble to it, but also this weight has been lifted off of your entire form. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
I have two character sheets. I don't know which one it is. It's a 9.
A 9. Okay.
Wait,
Shit.
I feel like this is an appropriate time to maybe use a reaction. Can I use a reaction to, can I give her a little Winnie bonus spirit?
Yeah. How are you giving a bonus spirit?
Winnie's not the sort of person to be like, oh, just do some yoga, some deep breaths, it'll be fine.
Eat some vitamin D. Get some vitamin D in you.
You
Yeah,
can. So Scarlet's getting to her feet. She is stumbling a little bit. There is sort of a phantom limb aspect going on where she goes to catch herself, and the limb to catch herself is no longer there.
Yeah.
So you could catch her. I'm just, when you say when you say boosting spirit or whatever you use the term spirit, and Winnie is an alchemist. I'm just making sure you're not like popping a vial into her mouth and going chug.
It's just straight
Yeah.
vodka. Yeah, I mean, Winnie will go to... I was just going to give her a +5 to the roll. But yeah, I could also just scoot under... I mean, Winnie is like 2 feet tall. Winnie can scoot under just about anybody. And
I recently saw Winnie described as pint-sized. And yes.
That is
absolutely.
hilarious.
You're
I don't
welcome.
believe I... Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I didn't do that. But that is very funny.
That was a me thing.
Just a pint of seal. Yes, you may absolutely catch Scarlet, who does stumble a little bit to her feet. Marcus catching under the other arm. And Scarlet, you stand before family and friends. A warlock no more. Or not all the way a warlock. And all of you would see how, even now, Scarlet's dark blue, purple-esque, indigo, maybe is a good word for it, hair, has started to fade a little bit, where it's almost like it's being washed out. And you can start seeing some of the pink roots popping through. And the color just isn't as strong as it was. It's still mostly there. But there definitely has been a change in your friend. A change that is absolutely permanent. And Marcus looks to you all. I really appreciate all of you coming and checking on Scarlet, but I believe the captain could probably use for a little more rest, if you all don't mind. I will check in with you all if there are any major changes.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. And he gestures for the door for everyone to leave.
Before leaving, though, I want to look like I'm about to leave, and I look back at Scarlet and I'm like, "Did you kick his ass?"
Yeah.
Good. We'll see you soon.
Winnie will give it a little squeeze, like around the waist, like a little hug, a little Winnie hug, and then scamper out
It's
the
a
door.
hug back.
Like a little skip. And then she'll come back and retrieve little Jeffrey, and then skip back out.
Noted. Yep. All right. Scarlet, your parents leave as well. The Siren Elder who had gathered everyone was there as well. And everyone leaves. Marcus closes the door of the captain's quarters softly and sets you back, at least sitting on the bed. You're doing all right?
I wish I had an answer to that. I don't actually know. Not bad.
Different.
Different. There is no longer a voice in the back of my mind for the first time in almost 12 years. You kind of forget what it's like being alone in your own head.
That almost sounds like it could be lonely in a way if you've gotten used to it. All I'm saying is
haunted house lonely.
Well, some people make friends with the ghosts. I don't think your ghosts are very friendly, but all I'm saying is I'm happy to leave you be if you wanted to enjoy silence for the first time.
No.
But all right. You know, Scarlet, I know you're being strong about all of this. But those who never complain are never pities. And perhaps it might do just to let yourself be taken care of for a little bit.
What does that entail?
lots of things. It mostly entails you just lying back and letting others do what you would otherwise do for just a little bit, just until you're 100%.
But would they do it at the same level of quality that I do?
Likely not, dear. But no one could ever.
Flattery gets you very far.
I'm aware.
I will take things slow.
That's all I ask.
I will do my best to kind of take a seat back and just observe things for now. But so help me God if anything is done wrong.
You honestly think I would let anything go fully wrong without you at the help?
Well, I was kidnapped, so.
And who found you?
Touche.
Honestly, to think that I would ever not come find you.
I knew you would.
Distance is nothing when one has motive.
I'll remember that.
I will always come find you.
Likewise. I do have one question.
Of course.
Who hit the water first? Me or you?
Call it a tie. I had a much shorter drop than you.
It is the only thing I can remember. I remember he took me to the place where I feel suffocated. But I broke through, and then I was in the water. And that is it.
But you broke through.
I did. And I don't think I did it alone. I don't know what happened. But it wasn't just me.
Never has to be. But at the same time, I think it was more you than you'll ever admit. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, but I have now marked our ships with a giant target, so we will cross that road when we get there. And for now, I think we just sail, adjust, unmark those I have marked.
I was wondering if that's what that was.
What I believe it to be. The translation is a little tricky, but if I stare at myself in the mirror long enough, maybe I'll get there.
Well, there are worse anti-venoms, I suppose, than having to look at you, I mean.
Some would beg to differ.
Who cares for their opinion?
I don't.
Get some rest. I'll make some tea. And you should sleep. And for the first time, I hope, have some nice dreams.
Maybe. One can hope. We shall see.
I'll call in the Flitten for Snuggles.
Where is Serona? I feel like I owe her an apology.
So you're in like a constant storm, and you hear just like from behind one of the bookshelves, just meow. It's just wet outside all the time.
She hates it. She can't go outside. She's just
The wings just like
stuck.
flutter a little bit, and some water comes off.
Sweet girl.
Fantastic. A wet cat in the bed,
There are worse things.
I guess. While Scarlet gets some rest and is cared for by her first mate, What are the rest of you up to as you are likely reaching your final days in around Red Tide Rock?
I think
Thank you
I'm
for-
going.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm gonna help the crew just do final maintenance on the Redemption. Make sure everything is, not completely broken, especially with that last set of horde like bullshit
Yeah.
that came up. And I'll help folks, fix shit up, find stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of mopping. A lot of the enemies that you fought kind of gelatinized when Scarlet finally broke her pack. So there's a lot of swabbing the deck, buffing out claw marks in the wood. They weren't necessarily trying to damage the ship, but they definitely made a mess on their way out. So absolutely,
Yeah.
cleaning is definitely useful.
Yeah, I will assist there. I'm mostly just trying to keep busy until we ship out.
Winnie, anything on your to-do list?
Winnie. Winnie will go after Proximus if Proximus has something. Sorry, Eva will go after Mikyl. If you have
I
something.
don't.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't really have anything good.
Winnie is after being sure that Scarlet is tucked in and like all safe. I mean, if Scarlet's not safe here, then really, where is she safe? After making sure she's okay, Winnie is going to I guess kind of schmooze? Like talk to some of the sirens and this would probably be after like checking in on the Redemption, seeing that Acacia has things handled there, making sure it hasn't sunk. But I think she just wants to make some new friends and learn a little bit more about this place that she's only heard rumors of. And I mean, she's met sirens, but like, this is their home. So, like, what's the deal? We could trade stories. We could trade songs. Mine aren't quite the same as yours. And I don't think I really have the pipes for yours, but it could be fun. Yeah.
But you do have a new instrument. Did you want to kind of play that on one of the rocks that are just, kind of out of the water and get some siren sing-along going? A fish lady hoedown?
I've never wanted anything more in my life. I think before that, Winnie would test it, to see, is it into. She hasn't played anything since she was like a kid. She did the like, private lessons and then stopped when she. That's character bleed. That's just me. Stopped when she went to school. It's fine.
We all did it.
We all did it. Oh, there's my D4. That's exciting. But so I think she will quietly to herself check if it's in tune. By which I mean, is she able to play anything at this point? How much does she remember? That sort of thing.
Okay. Let's make this a performance roll. We will see. I saw that.
Well, I'm looking
Somebody
for...
decided to multi-class into bard. Don't give me.
No. I was looking for literally any D20. So that was the face you saw. Not,
Fair enough.
If you need D6s, oh boy.
I don't.
Have I got you covered?
I'm not casting Fireball today. Thank you though.
That's too bad because I. No, I mean actually, well, we're in the middle of the water. It'd be fine. Okay. It's individually wrapped. Why? Performance. I can do this.
Sure can.
This is really exciting. This is one of my worst skills. This was an excellent multi-class choice.
I mean, unless you could think it would be anything else, I just can't see, rosining up your bow as anything else besides performance.
Oh,
You're
no.
making a face.
I would
what's your
never.
roll?
It was a 19, so I'm 23.
23. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
This is the
like
best
riding a
Twinkle
bike.
Twinkle Little Star anyone has heard in a long time.
It's Mary Had a Little Lamb. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the exact same tune at all. Yeah, you are able to tune it perfectly, and getting it out of its watertight case, you find that you have. I will also say so. This is fiddle, violin, viol. What? Tell me what string instrument this is.
I
Cello.
would love for Winnie to have a cello, which would be
That's
one
a
of the
bludgeoning
least
instrument.
convenient. Yeah, one of the least convenient.
Anytime I hear cello, I hear Jack Black in my head from School of Rock. Cello, it's a bass, and that's how I remember it's a bass instrument.
I think it is a straight up violin. Fun fact: the only difference between that and a fiddle is the flatness of the bridge. So
It's true.
yep. Yeah.
Okay. I will say, so as you draw across the strings, there is a baseness to it that kind of thrums outwards. You do note, I'll give you this, with the performance check and everything, there is a certain magical quality to this instrument, that maybe comes from the wood. Seems very different. It's a very different kind of hue than a lot of violins you have seen before. But yeah, otherwise you play a little diddle, and not on a fiddle, and it comes out beautifully. So if you would like to go out and play with some sirens, you absolutely can.
Yes, 1000%.
Fantastic. Okay. I would say if you go and sit out on the deck, if you go and sit on a rock, sirens are going to be naturally drawn towards music anyway, and they begin to kind of sing along with you. And you, as you're kind of sitting there, you might chat with them.
Oh yeah.
You would learn that Red Tide Rock is the headquarters of sirens. Like, not all sirens are born here. A lot of sirens are born in storms, which is also really tumultuous for moms who are trying to hold on to their kids in the middle of whirlpools and torrential rain and everything else. Siren births are they're pretty intense. So that's why sirens like to congregate together to kind of all support each other, and also create a baby catching ring around where any birth is, so they can, if the tide goes to take a child out, which has happened before, they can, make sure the child is safe. So a lot of sirens come to Red Tide Rock, even those that aren't born here, because it is a safe place. It is a place that they innately, in the way that birds know to fly south, all sirens know, in their hearts, where Red Tide Rock is. When they get close enough, they are drawn to it, and all of them have that innate song that Scarlet had, where in times of immense stress, they can call out to others to come help them. So a lot of sirens here don't stay here full time. A lot of them, like Megan, who you met back on Umberlee's Eye, go out and, engage in a trade of sorts. Megan, went from tavern to tavern and used her song. Some of them become spies, but they will always bring the information back. There's a certain loyalty to Red Tide Rock, those who come here. And the place is a secret kept among sirens and those that are trusted by sirens. Is there anything else you wanted to learn specifically?
I think at some point Winnie would have to ask about if they have any stories or elder knowledge.
Okay, make a history check for me.
17.
Okay. So stories, they have their own myths, they have their own fables and fairy tales, all that kind of stuff. There's the similar one that Fia told you about their kind of relation to harpies as well. But when you ask about elders, one of the older sirens kind of chimes in and shares with you that sirens believe that their song was actually taught to them by the beings who came first. That, much like if you were to talk to Acacia about this, who has learned that the chorus is what the elders kind of call themselves among the stars, because they also communicate through song. And because the song that the sirens literally sung with Scarlet to break her pact was in Elder, that there might be a connection, a sort of, not necessarily direct heritage, but definitely a verbal lineage, a melodic heritage, perhaps, lineage that comes from the elders that the sirens carry on. And you would also know that their song is kind of what stirs storms, that there is a magical nature to the siren song, so that has to come from somewhere, because they themselves are magical beings.
I love that. Winnie will probably also ask about, like, if they have the equivalent of, like, body tavern songs. We don't need to go into, like, the details of all that, but just, like...
Yeah, it's called the Top Heavy Mermaid. Okay, all right.
She's going to spend the next couple hours working on the violin transcription of that.
Yeah, like all the lyrics are just about a mermaid that keeps trying to swim to the surface, but she's not as buoyant as she thinks, and
or too buoyant.
Well,
okay.
So she keeps kind of like swimming in circles, and causes whirlpools that sailors get caught into.
That's where they come from. This, oh god, has gone so far off the rails.
They also have, not one that they created, but there is a pirate shanty that goes around called the Siren Song, which I believe the lyrics are, she's a liar and a thief and a damn cold fish, but she's the only one I want, she's the one I wish.
She's not the one that you want, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
This is an actual song that I'm referencing.
Mine was from Greece. If that's not an actual song, I don't know what is. Before too long, like probably about the time that her fingertips are like, hey girl, you don't have the calluses for this, she will pack everything up and scamper back to the... She is moving in a very strange fashion this session. We don't know why.
Scuttling, scampering.
She will scamper back to the Redemption and find Acacia if she's there.
Yeah, I'm definitely around. Probably have this really gooey mop pushing some star gross stuff off the side.
Gross. Hi.
Yeah, there's something like jellyfish throw up that just goes right over one of the sides.
Like room temperature jello.
I'm like currently looking at my front hoof, just that's covered in it because I accidentally stepped in it. It's gross.
Winnie will throw a little bit of what looks like crushed up coral at your hooves, and it's gonna just kind of like dissolve all that and like clean it up, effectively prestidigitating it away.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's gross. I don't blame you. Also, there's an awful lot of that on the deck. This was okay.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe we should get some sand or something.
I don't think Stargoop is gonna sand is going to be fixed with sand.
No,
a
but it'll make
lot.
it less slippery.
True.
Why was I here?
I don't know what's up.
You and the Star Song, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
Derek, I probably would have learned the name of someone I was talking to about this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This.
Did you want their name, or were we just going with you would have learned it?
If you have their name, yes, that would be good.
Yes. Carmen.
San Diego?
That's so funny. I should have gone that way, but I went Carmen Miranda.
That's closer to what I was going for. Yeah. Going for the
you already
musical
said,
Carmen.
Like, spy doesn't matter.
Anyway.
If you have time, probably not right now because you have a mop, but in a little bit, there is a siren named Carmen who, like, you might want to talk to about the, like, Star Song stuff, because they have, like, their own, connection to it and whatnot. And it kind of reminded me of talking, with your elder on Soteria about the stars and stuff. And, just, I mean, I could relate the information, because I did take very good notes, and also, I keep it all up here. But if you wanted to, like, straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Is that's not offensive,
Nope.
right?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
You're fine.
Be kind of
It's
weird
just-
because you're not actually a horse. You're like,
It's just very an overused pun.
yeah,
But
that's
it's
fair.
fine. If you don't mind making a copy of the notes for me?
Yeah,
I can
absolutely.
look at them later, but I'm kind of... My brain has... I'm not really up for a lot of elder information at this exact moment.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I just, thought you would want to know.
I've gotten my fill of information from elder stuff recently.
Like, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I can explain another day. But
Okay. Well, you
I'm
just
okay.
said you were kind of overwhelmed with it, and I realized that me asking you, if, like, you know where to find me if you ever do want to talk about it, but yeah, if it's weighing heavily on you, you probably don't want to think about it too much right now. So,
it was just a lot. It was mentally exhausting.
this has kind of been a hell of a week, honestly.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Maybe more than that.
You're right. About a week. Week and a half.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
thank-
I'm gonna go
thank you.
do stuff. Bye! And when he's gonna go work on the sphere. Now that I've got stuff for it. More stuff for it.
Anything anybody else wanted to do? Okay. Scarlet, I mean, you're healing pretty quickly. We can probably give it a day. It's enough to clean off ships, get stuff worked on, chat around, play some music. Second day comes, and I would say that you're probably feeling well enough to get out of bed. So, Scarlet, you exit the captain's quarters. Out on the top deck, your crew all made ready for you as Marcus has got them into attention. Your officers all waiting patiently and eagerly to see that you are well. You have engendered quite a lot of affection and respect from your crew throughout your time on Cross's Mercy. And applause erupts as you step out of the captain's quarters, your captain's coat draped over your shoulders. What would you like to do?
Cry. I'm kidding. Skylar wouldn't do that in person, in front of people. That's not a public affair. Honestly, just try to go about business as usual.
Okay.
It is very awkward to be applauded for. Even with someone with the confidence level of Scarlet, it's still just awkward.
Are you all preparing to leave Red Tide Rock?
Would like to have a discussion with my mother first.
Sure. Would you like that to be under the water, or would you like to summon your parents to the ship?
To the ship, because I would like it to be with everyone. Well, we would like it would be I would like it to be with the inner circle.
That's good, Aquan. Yeah, that's what Aquan sounds like. Okay. You all are asked to meet with Scarlet again aboard Cross's Mercy in the captain's quarters. She looks much better. She is standing firmly on her 2 feet. Color has come back to her face, and even more, the color from her hair has seemed to fade as time slowly
There's really
goes
bad
by.
roots going on right now.
Yeah, it's got that bisexual roots.
Cotton candy.
Your mother, Seraphina, your father, Dalen, have both come aboard as well. Your mother taking on, again, her very more humanoid, much like you, have a more humanoid form, where your father is just like a merfolk with legs. He's a very colorful individual, who actually kind of has your hair color now, actually.
You can see the resemblance more.
I will say, before they even get there, Marcus is doing his best to, make your bed, tidy up the captain's quarters, and he reaches under one of your pillows, not the one you were resting on, but the one next to it, and he catches his hand on something. He actually pulls it back. I don't want to alarm you, but I think there might be a snake under your pillow. One moment. And he reaches back and pulls out a coiled whip.
That makes more sense than the snake.
Was mistaken. It has barbs on it, and a note. And he hands the whip over to you. It seems that this belongs to you. And
I reach for the note.
Okay. The note says, "Darling cousin, had this languishing in my collection, thought you might be able to put it to better use. Excellent for raiding ships and restraining smoldering first hands. Ta. Fia of the Rhone."
That's bloodsick. I will pocket that note and not share it with anybody else.
And on the back of the note, I will say, it does list this whip as a flame snare whip.
Well, it looks like I'll be learning how to use this with my left hand.
I am not going to volunteer to be around for that.
You sure? It'll be fine. Whip an apple off your head? That'd be great.
Fire resistance is not immunity.
You'd be fine. We have a surgeon. Wouldn't kill you.
I might be able to give you extra resistance.
Everyone arrives into your captain's quarters, your parents, your friends, your companions.
I have put the whip away. It is not
Noted.
out for display.
Not on the hip. Okay.
No, not yet. Why would I carry something I can't use?
I mean,
So
it's Winnie's whole deal.
everyone is gathered. What would you like to do?
I would like to gather everyone around the war table, first of all.
You look better.
I feel better. I honestly don't remember the last time I actually felt like a real person. It's very strange what warlock magic will do to you. Alas, here we are. I have brought us all here for something rather important. That's why all of you are here. We need to discuss the matter of the ring.
Again,
Unfortunately. As it is something that we now possess on ourselves. And I don't particularly feel comfortable traveling with such item. Nor do I want to just hand it over to Roland. No offense, Winnie, I don't necessarily super trust your brother.
Well, I mean, it sounded like you were in the middle of something, so I'll let you finish what you were saying. But I do have a few thoughts. Yes.
My idea was to leave it here at Red Tide Rock.
Winnie would like to look at Seraphina and Dalen.
You certainly could, I suppose. And Seraphina looks at you. I'm curious as to why you would want to.
We know where it is. First off, we know
Not
it's
easy to get
safe.
here.
And like you said,
It-
only sirens know where Red Tide Rock is.
Yes, but this is also the type of thing that other creatures are drawn to. It could jeopardize this place. This is a safe place against many creatures, but not all. We are happy to secure it to the best of our ability, if that is what you would ask. I just want to make you aware of the risks.
One
I
of
don't-
y'all folks that
Go ahead.
has detect magic available, can you see how much it teams with magic right now? Does anyone have detect magic right now?
I do.
Please don't ask me to do any magic right now, except for
Okay.
Winnie will...
I just can't remember who has detect magic.
As far as I know, I still have the ring in the bag, right?
As far as I know, you haven't taken it out.
Jeffrey.
So, I'm just gonna scritch little Jeffrey's cheek, and he's gonna do his little jaw unhinging thing, and I'm gonna peek in the bag, and how teeming is it?
So you pull it out of the bag.
Yeah.
I will help you pull it out of the bag.
Oh yeah, it's
It is
quite large.
hefty. Yes. Jeffrey, you can hold Jeffrey upside down and just thunk onto the floor.
There's a bunch of other stuff rattles all into Scarlet's captain's quarters. Just, what the fuck?
Oh god, no, the mirror's in there.
Marcus
Hey,
just
too much
cleaned
candy.
this.
So with detect magic, this thing is almost blinding.
I don't like it. It's
Just give this to you. You remember that you had just like a random Morkoth attacked you all when you first combined all of your elder pieces into the astrolabe. Like, these things are beacons to creatures that are attracted to magical items. You know, things that hoard magical items are attracted to these things. So this thing has given off a lot of energy.
I'm
It's
going to
bad.
assume yes.
Yeah, it's real bad. It's
Yeah,
like
it's not like it blinds the entire room. It's not like it's you know, like you put the sun in the room. But when you look at this thing, it's so illuminated.
It's like the LED headlights of one of those pickup
yeah,
trucks.
it's like
blue
radioactive with how
Everybody winces.
It's like when a coworker reheats like a fish meal in the break room. of the
Yes,
ship
sure.
Or whatever.
Yeah, the fish and popcorn, absolutely.
Winnie,
Fish corn.
can you? I know the bag of holding emits its own magic, but can you see the ring's magic from within when it's in the bag of holding?
My next question was, is there a way we could mask this?
Was that a shaking of your head, Derek, that I cannot see it from the bag of holding within the...
Correct. You cannot see it from the bag of holding because it is not on your material plane.
I was
You
gonna
would
say-
not
Oh,
be
we
able-
leave Jeffrey here. Got it.
Also,
Winnie just like dead eyes straight at Scarlet.
No.
Jeffrey looks to Seraphina and goes, "New mom?"
No.
And then points at Scarlet and goes, "I'm your brother now."
I made the mistake.
Winnie is just gonna give him a couple things and set him off to the side, and he's gonna lay on the floor, kind of like a high school girl, like on the telephone, laying on her bed.
Legs kicked up, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just give him like something to color with.
Yeah, that was basically it.
Okay.
It was
Got like one
yeah.
of Scarlett's like nice like journals and pins, just fucking doodles. Just-
No, he does have a specific piece of paper, but not the focus here. The focus is okay, so good news about the bag. I would almost suggest that maybe we look for more bags of holding. But also, I don't think it's very polite to leave a giant beacon here at the moment until we have like a better grasp on them. The rings, not the sirens, who are quite lovely. Thank you very much for letting us into your home. It's been very nice. And also, memory check. Winnie would remember definitively. Eva does not. Rollin does not have any rings so far, correct?
Rollin did not show
far
you
as
or
we
say
know.
that he had any rings. Yes.
Yeah. 2, we are going to have to travel with rings at some point, probably, because it's unlikely that we will have like little safety deposit boxes right next to where we find them.
We're gonna have to get more anyway, basically.
Yes, and also, in the interest of sharing knowledge, we could learn a lot from Rollin about the rings by giving him the one piece for now,
but not the others.
but not the others. Or yeah, because I do think it is a good idea to keep them separate for a variety of reasons until we
And reminder, Rylan said that he agreed with that too, keeping them separate in general until they're needed. So,
But who validates when they're needed?
we're the ones
That's
that are
a-
getting them, so it doesn't really matter.
I
Ultimately,
believe
it's up to us.
Rollin did agree not to put them all into the same contraption
in the same
until
place, yeah.
until you all had gathered them and you could assure everything was going to be
And
okay
I think
with
we're
them.
doing very good at checking in with ourselves and with each other at each step of the journey in terms of like what to do with the rings and whatnot. So like I'm pretty confident that by the time we have a second one, we'll have a better grasp on what to do with that one too.
And I don't think it inherently, while it has its own magic, I don't think we can use it with just one.
No.
I don't-
Derek,
Basically useless. Basically.
Unless you used it
we-
for something else, maybe.
Derek, we haven't talked about this specifically in character in a game, in a session, but I'm sure it came up, like, even if we didn't talk about it. How many pieces are there?
There are
yeah.
10 in total.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured that's something we would know even if we didn't specifically talk about it.
Yes. Actually, let me double check my... Yes, 10 in total.
And we, to our knowledge, only have one.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it seem like Rollin's hiding anything. I remember that he said that he had Elder Shards, which I was trying to make sure that I was remembering correctly. He has pulled on a couple of Elder Shards that are innate. He has not said to you all that he has any rings and said he needed you all to get the rings for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and like, there's always the possibility that he has it. He already has one hidden somewhere, but he's never like confirmed that he has like a collection that he wants to add to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sketchy brother is only but so sketchy.
I mean, because if he had like a whole lot of power, he wouldn't really.
He wouldn't need us,
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
in theory.
In theory. So the other thing that we should probably do is, because it is a beacon, and we're still taking it. I mean, he wants it, so like that's consent of a sort. But we should probably check in with him as to his plans for either masking it or keeping it safe from creepy crawlies, because I'm sure he has a plan, but I don't think he has told us said plan. I mean, fortifying the town and stuff was probably part of that, but, like, I feel like a few more things would probably help.
If he's never had possession of such an item, though, how would he know anything about it? But the fact that it is a beacon.
He has done his own research, and he's only gonna learn more by looking at this.
Yeah. And, like, we have the shell phones. Like, we could just call him up right now, metaphorically speaking, and say, like, hey, we've got this thing, and it's pretty toasty, magically speaking, and kind of coming up on some, bad radars. So, this is probably more than 25 words, but, what...
We just
fair
each
warning.
use our sending.
Yeah.
I will actually start ascending to Roland, since it sounds like
don't-
Winnie was just talking.
It, like, cuts off
mid-sentence,
halfway
yeah.
through.
Yeah. Okay. This is where I need sending. Is it 20 or 25 words?
25.
Oh, thank God.
25. Okay.
I was like, it is, but I always count by syllables anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Roland responds with, well done. I will have measures in place.
Okay.
Return promptly. Be safe. Yeah, okay. He's not going to use all the words.
He doesn't need to.
No,
He's not as long-winded as Winnie.
Tracks.
Butts. Yeah.
He would not.
It runs in the family, yeah. We don't waste magic in this house. You know how much magic costs?
Did we ever update Rollin that we found that everyone
We
found Scarlet?
just did. Oh, nope.
Everything was fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hope Scarlet's alive.
Well, if it's more than 70, like 100 words or whatever, Scarlet's gonna have to use her sending to send him the rest of the message anyway. So
It's fine. It's fine.
okay,
He'll find out you're alive when we get back.
didn't
Scarlet's
die.
alive. Neat.
I'm sure he probably has confidence also that
I can
if
get my book back.
we are bringing back the ring. We've given up on the Scarlet search for a reason.
Wow, we got one ring and lost a quarter of our party. How many more rings? 9. 9 rings. Wow,
It
that's
sounds like we need to do
fine.
some recruiting.
I'll spit in your
Listen.
mouth.
Anyway, cat herding. Back to the topic at hand.
Yes. If it wasn't clear, Winnie did shove it back in the bag. Like,
Okay.
for the...
I let go of it. You can't hold it. It just falls back in.
Yeah. Once they were like, hey, can we see it in the bag? It stayed in the bag for now.
Jeffrey looks up at you and goes, hey, Mom, is the Bagman real?
No,
the
baby.
fuck is he talking
No,
about?
No, and Winnie's gonna cover, like, where his ears would be. Nobody tell him.
Is the Bagman going to come out of my mouth?
No,
Don't tell him,
honey.
Tilda.
What
no.
the fuck?
Connery was telling me about the Bagman.
Honorary?
Honey, it's okay. We're gonna have a little talk with Connery, but no, it's just a spooky story. And she kind of gestures at Acacia like, I'll tell you later.
I give Proximus
too.
I just give Proximus a confused look.
Proximus is like,
We're both looking at each other like, what?
I'm surprised Acacia didn't get, like, spooky stories on Omen Howl, which is, like, this world's Halloween, about the Bagman, because that would absolutely be something that it feels like Curio would do. Because Curio also has, like, extra-dimensional spaces, and he's like, yeah, the Bagman is this person who, like, got placed into a bag of holding, and he got twisted by the astral plane, and now he can, like, come out of any bag, and he'll grab bad little kids and drag them in.
Imagine if there's any children on Ascension that Curio's just telling ghost stories to
oh
at night.
gosh.
Oh, the best.
So good.
Later this evening, when little Jeffrey's in bed, or at least not with
In
the
bed.
group, In her workshop,
Like
whatever.
the-
The homunculus has a small little bed.
He has a
He
little
has to,
hammock
yeah.
under her work
What?
desk.
Oh, what if Jeffrey? You know how those little nets that you hang from the walls that you put all your stuffed
Yes.
animals
Oh
in?
my god,
yeah.
yes. So later, like, when they're all still together, Winnie will tell the Bagman story, but she's also going to do, like, shadow puppets to, like, describe, like, this awful, too long-limbed, wrong man coming out of the bag.
Wrong man.
What's upsetting is Winnie has like gloves that would make this way too realistic. Yeah. Like the
No,
new
I hate
Candyman
it.
kind of shadow puppets. They're horrible. Yeah.
Literally, this
Okay.
is the one
I
weird
both love and
crossover
hate
between
this.
sleight of hand and performance.
Yeah.
Oh, sleight of hand. Oh god, I need to do more. Oh,
So we are under agreement that we're not going to leave it here for now, correct?
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Proximus?
Yes.
I just didn't know. I just wanted to
agree?
check in. Yeah.
Any
I
comment?
don't
concern?
think you guys have said a lot of words, and really, I checked out a long time ago.
Proximus.
but-
You're honest.
Character ever. I love.
Does he?
You guys said a lot of words. I don't know. We weren't hitting anything.
Does Proximus seem okay? Just
real
like,
tired.
He doesn't care.
He's really like,
He's heartbroken because Fiat's gone.
Oh,
a little
Aw.
distracted.
buddy.
In his hand is the feather, and you. He quickly puts it away because he knows you guys are looking. So now it's been awkward. So I trust all of you to make the right decision. All of these contraptions have been nothing but problems, and so I don't know if I am the one to ask about this.
Scarlet, in that case, is there anything else you wanted to talk about in terms of anything?
Or is they are in safe haven on Ascension?
Oh, I love that. Yes.
I know it won't ever be like Red Tide, but at least something not so far away.
We have many sisters who go out into the world. It would be nice to them to have a safe place besides here. Not so far away. That would be very nice. We will send whomever, a small contingent with you to keep you as safe as they can along the way.
That would be wonderful. And maybe if we expose people to more sirens, can rewrite a few tales.
The quarters above land are pretty much close to done, but I know a bunch of folks have been working on underwater habitats as well and homes.
I believe
So.
we had planned for a tavern that was both above and under.
Yeah.
And you have that. Yep.
So
You have a pretty amphibious town.
I don't think we have a name for the Do we have a name for the tavern?
No,
For the tavern, no.
I mean we can, but unless you all wanted to name it, I
am
leave it-
exempt
You all are
from
welcome to
naming
name whatever you
things.
like.
The triple P. Eva the triple P.
Shut up. That's exactly what I was thinking of.
I also remember vividly the triple P.
Yeah.
Is there anything else any of you wanted to discuss here?
I have something, but I don't need everyone here for it. Oh, although if there is anything in particular that sirens might find more accommodating about Phoenix Landing or anywhere on Ascension really, we could kind of call ahead and get things started.
We are pretty
Give your brother
adaptable
a
as far as
to-do
things go.
list.
I mean,
Love that.
he's getting a pretty good deal here, so, you know. Also, there's probably some other people who would be interested in spearheading what have you.
We will give you a list of things that would be nice to have.
Yes, good, excellent.
And while you all are here, and you all are the people most important to Scarlet, I wanted to have a special moment with all of you. Scarlet, you have missed so many birthdays, and we thought you might like to have a birthday gift. It's still technically a couple of months away from your next one, but this is a way to make up for a lot of lost ones.
I don't even know when my birth date is.
Well, you can ask.
It is the 17th of Hornblower. You are a New Year baby. A warm storm child.
Frantically writing.
I have
yes,
only ever celebrated my service day. Celebrated, used very loosely.
Scarlet, you are the sign of the chalice.
Ooh.
And your dad pulls out a larger box, and it has barnacles, things all over. It's clearly been under the water for quite some time, and it has a little clasp on it that he unclasps and opens for you. And within is a beautiful set of armor that's kind of folded in on itself. It has a leather quality, so it's softer armor. This is technically studded leather. And it has set into it a chest piece that has a series of runes and wing emblems and things like that. A lot of it gives you like a concept of air and birds and the sky. These belong to your grandmother, actually. This was hers when she led the forces of the Sirens before I did. You have fighting in your blood, and hopefully this will keep you safe as you go out into the world. And this is studded leather Zephyr armor. This gives you advantage on dexterity saving throws and acrobatics checks. And as an action, you can cast Wind Wall.
Fancy.
There, you've got at
And
least
it is
one
accommodating enough. It is accommodating enough that you can wear it in your siren form or in your humanoid form. Happy birthday.
This is wonderful. I am glad that I
Sirens
get-
typically don't do cakes, by the way. They get very soggy underneath the water, so...
I have never done cake regardless, so it is okay.
That can be changed.
Maybe. We'll see.
Winnie, you've got it written down. Her birthday, right? To tell.
Oh, yeah.
To tell Honey
Yeah.
for later.
We're not going to do a surprise party. We're not going to do that.
It's your birthday,
We're
and
not
we're
going
gonna have
to
a
tell-
party.
We're
There,
not
it's
going
a
to tell
surprise.
anyone. We're going to keep this very secret in between this room only.
I already wrote it down. I'm sorry.
That you keep it to yourself, Winnie.
She doesn't need to know why we're requesting a cake.
Yeah, that's also true.
Honey is very nosy if you had not noticed.
It's fine.
She will sniff out whatever reason you have going on because she wants to be involved. Ask Connor. There's a whole lot of horror stories with that.
It'll be fine.
Winnie's just gonna lean over to Acacia. Little Jeffrey can't keep a secret anyway, so we're good.
Okay, so we can just blame Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Also, note to self: don't tell little Jeffrey any secrets.
Oh no, gosh, don't, no. No. Don't. Seriously, don't.
I won't.
I think at this point... Kaila, how many drinks do you have? I'm sorry, every time I look over, it's a different beverage receptacle? Okay. And that's
have
a
my wine
Beverage
glass, I have
goblins
my
have 3
Starbucks.
drinks at a time.
Judgment-free question. Okay, yep, perfect. Love
I
that.
have the bottle that goes to this, but I need to refill it.
I just... It was like my brain finally caught up and I was like,
Wait a second.
there's so many. Okay.
At this point, I think little Jeffrey brings me the paper that he's been coloring on. Hey, right. So, Acacia? Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I love you. I meant Scarlet. Sorry. Trying this one again.
Just Woody going, Acacia, I love you. Not talking to you right now, though.
I love you too.
Now she has to go around the room to everyone else, specifically Proximus, because I don't know if the parents are still there, but like, Proximus, I love you too. Still not talking to you either, but I couldn't leave you out after saying that to Acacia. So,
I appreciate it.
Scarlet.
Winnie.
I am trying to think of a sensitive way of asking this.
When have I ever been offended, Winnie? Please. Please answer
ask
this
it.
honestly. Just answer it. Ask it.
Okay, I mean, I could answer it too, but that seems very presumptuous.
Honestly, I trust you enough to just answer it too, but here we are.
So, I can't help but notice, that you are down a hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, this is even not remembering, is it just the hand or is it the forearm?
Elbow.
It's from the elbow, okay.
Elbow down. Yep.
Yeah, so hand and forearm, and they were pretty okay. And I didn't know if you were thinking of replacing it or if you were just gonna kind of hang out as is, which is also pretty okay. But I didn't know if you maybe wanted some options.
Do you have options, Winnie?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. And she's going.
I'm only a little scared.
She's going to pass over the paper that little Jeffrey was doodling on, and you can see Winnie's like Da Vinci-esque sketches, right? Of like just black pen and like different hand kind of not musculature, but like that kind of like detailed, inner workings of something.
Like mechanical anatomy.
Mechanical anatomy, very well rendered. And there's probably 3 or 4. And then little Jeffrey has just been like coloring them in, but like not necessarily inside the lines. So,
I was thinking Jeffrey's like a printer, where like it looks like a kid's drawing, but it's just him just going across the page. Yeah, just Xeroxing it.
Yep.
There's a little picture of like a smiling lion in the bottom with like a bow in his hair that says Connery.
And then later, after the fact, little Jeffrey like added like his version of the Bagman behind him.
It's Jeffrey with his mouth open and there's a hand coming out of it.
God. Oh God. This will be
I
my
don't
nightmare.
dream of electric sheep. I dream of this.
Jesus. What have we
But
done?
my nightmares were bad.
So, like, if you wanted, I'm kind of finishing up Acacia's, thing, and, I've always got stuff to do, but, like, this could help you out if you were, looking for something. This one's kind of got, like, a coral motif. This one is, more like it's just metal. It's just metal. Oh, this one is more like it's like a hard ceramic, but is also a little flexible, like it doesn't shatter straight away. This one has secret compartments for secrets.
Wendy, what secrets do you think I carry?
I've known you a while, Scarlet. Like, I wasn't born yesterday. And she's just
Another
gonna
trick
pat your
question.
arm.
Thank you. You passed.
Marcus clears his throat.
I'm looking over the schematics, and if you want something like multi-material or wood, I'm sure either one of the druids or
There's
A warforged could help too.
like one at the bottom that is kind of like a mix, and it has like little leafy twigs, and it has like a little drawing, but like a Winnie drawing, not like this pretty schematic version, like the cartoon version of like Winnie and Acacia shaking hands.
That's adorable.
On the back, there's a very detailed one that just has like rocket launchers and like machine guns and everything.
But it's
Jeffrey's
going
like,
to pass
that one's
on
my
that one."
favorite.
I was gonna say, but it's got like a single line through it that just says "For Jeffrey."
Yeah,
in
it's
his
just
handwriting.
like it's a cannon with like fireballs attached to it. Yeah,
What
got
metal
racing
were
stripes.
you thinking of, Winnie?
Probably it would have to be a couple different kinds for like the different parts. You understand? You probably
Would
don't
it
want
rust
anything.
in water?
No, I wasn't born yesterday,
Okay,
as
I
I've previously
didn't think
said.
you
So
were.
I should know. But no, nothing that would rust. You might have to oil it occasionally though, which could be kind of irritating. But on the other hand, you might have to water the wood one a little bit too, depending on like what like features you want. Like if you don't want it to have a little like sprout on it, then you probably don't need to water it. I can't really do the sprout part. Acacia, I was kind of hoping you could take care of that if that was the one that...
If I can't, then I can ask someone to assist too.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I just thought that, I mean, you could just, like, you can keep this if you want.
I will look over it and I will decide which one fits best.
You also, I mean, like, you could just mage hand it if you needed to, maybe.
I've been trying to do that, and the coordination is not quite there.
That was really kind of thoughtless, 'cause I don't know what you can do anymore and what you can't. So that was, I'm sorry about that. That was on me.
No, it's weird. It's like I have this weekend guinea pig in the back of my brain that's telling me to cast warlock spells. Olive.
That's weirdly specific for a creature that we have not come across in our travels.
Disintegrate!
No, Winnie, it's almost like a draining battery. It's like it's still there, but once I use it, it's going to be gone. And I don't quite know what to do after. I'm going to have to figure it out, but Mage Hand has been anti-climatic and very uncoordinated and has not gone very well. But we're working on it.
When
we're
he
getting
is
there.
studiously not looking at Marcus. So you just know that whatever happens, and however things turn out, you have us by your side.
I know.
Little Jeffrey
And
hugs
as
your
far as
calf.
magic goes, you will always have magic, Scarlet. You have the storm within you. You were born from it. You will discover it. I have no doubt.
It's figuring out how to actually use it.
You don't learn magic very proficiently and well in a day, no matter what any warlock says. You still need to practice, so don't beat yourself up about it.
I will try not to, but I will have to get my shit together at some point.
Well, you don't need to know it by tomorrow. Marcus, please make sure that she does not berate herself because she feels like she's moving too slow.
Okay, just ask me to do impossible things. That's fine.
Also, good luck with that. Yes.
Yes, I will
Or if you
do
need
my
backup,
best to...
I am
I'll gallop
standing
in.
right here.
I
Yeah,
will be as encouraging as I can possibly be.
Yes, from outside your first mate's quarters.
Oh,
You're doing great.
Maybe that's
need-
our cue.
yeah.
With that, as Scarlet goes to look over some of the diagrams that Winnie designed, as all of you begin to make anchor, break anchor, and raise anchor. one of those things with an anchor,
Raise
on
anchor.
Red Tide Rock.
We leaving. We outie.
And take to the seas
Yeet.
once again. We are going to take our break, so stick around, folks. We will be back in about probably 10 to 15. Do the things, pet the pets, all the stuff we don't need to talk about. And we'll be back shortly. Stick around. Take care of yourselves.
Bye.
Ahoy and welcome, everybody. Welcome to Horizons Call. I am Derek Sword. I use he, him pronouns. I am your GM for this game. I am your guiding compass as we navigate the treacherous seas of Damaris. It says so right here on this bracelet that Kaila made for me. Just announcement right up at the top. Obviously, Mare is not joining us this week. Mare has decided to do bigger, better, badder things, pun intended, at Big Bad Con. So if you're at Big Bad Con and you're watching this, what are you doing? Like, go see actual people. But just in case, if you see Mare around, get that consensual high five. Check them out. They're running some games there as well, so definitely enjoy that as well. I believe the table's full. It is what it is. Anyway, welcome to Horizons Call. This is our nautical campaign here on Sword and Key that we run every week. If you are coming back, welcome back. It's great to have you again. If you are new to us, welcome for the first time. I will try to make this as accessible to you as possible. I'm going to have these lovely people introduce themselves and their characters. We'll do a little recap. But before all of that, I do want to say that if you appreciate this game, these folks, honestly, how could you not? The story that they tell, you can always support through tips through our Pally. Pally.gg is a great tool that we have found that evenly distributes everything that you are generous enough and able to tip to our team. It distributes it based on shares, and you can also impact the game when you are able to tip. So if you give the equivalent of $5, you get to give advantage. Higher up than that, you get crits. It even gets to the point where you can actually add a complication. Maybe combat gets a little harder. Maybe an extra pirate ship shows up on the horizon. Maybe there's a magical storm. Maybe somebody gets bitten by a wereshark. All these complications are called black spots. And if you donate at that point, I will also contractually have to sing a sea shanty once we hit break. It balances out the karma in the universe. All that said, I feel like I'm missing one other thing, but that's the thing is we prefer you give through Pally as opposed to giving through Twitch. Twitch just takes way too much of a cut. If you do, if you subscribe, it's appreciated. It goes directly to the channel because we're still trying to break even on the channel side as well. So you can always do Twitch if that's like the only path. But if you're standing at a crossroads, take the Pally path less traveled. Anyway, I'm gonna have these folks say more about themselves, and I'm gonna stop talking for a second. So, Mikyl, take it away.
Well, look at that. Wasn't prepared. Hi, fam. I'm Mikyl. He, him pronouns. I am playing Proximus, your Triton Shadow Sorcerer Paladin of the Guardian of the Infinite Seas.
Surprisingly, I think the character with the least amount of titles. Mikyl also does the artwork for this game, so special thank you to Mikyl, as always, for the incredible artwork that you can see on your screen, and even more in our Discord. We will have more of Michael's art coming soon, so stay tuned. Kaila, if you don't mind going next.
Hi, hello. My name is Kaila. She, her pronouns. I play our pirate captain, Scarlet Shores.
Absolutely do. How's that character class looking? What are we looking like this week?
Maybe we'll find out today.
Maybe we will. Fantastic. Last, absolutely not least, Eva.
Hi, hello. I'm Eva. I use she, her pronouns. And I play Winnie, your alchemical sea elf alchemist. That doesn't seem quite right, but I'm pretty sure it is. I feel like I'm missing a word, but it's...
Artificer, maybe?
Artificer. I said alchemist. That's where I went wrong.
You said alchemical sea elf alchemist.
Alchemical sea elf artificer. Yep. Things are going great already.
You're doing it. You're doing it well.
No, I think it's pretty reasonable to be a bit frazzled after what happened last week, which I shall now tell you in my contractually obligated recap.
Nice segue. Yeah.
Triple checking that I'm not muted. Okay, so there we were at Red Tide Rock. Scarlett's ancestral home, where she had just kind of done the fight for her life in a big ritual to break her pact with I think we're still calling it the thing that Krakens fear. We have learned its name. Winnie has promptly shoved it in a dark corner and locked it up. We have left Red Tide Rock with some new friends. Scarlett is down an arm, but has gained a whole family. So that's pretty great. We have done a little bit of talking about what to do with our ring, the Elder Ring. I think that's what we're just calling them, right? Elder Rings? Why gussy it up any? After some discussion, we have decided to take this particular ring back to my Winnie's brother, Rollin, who is a studier of such things. And also it's kind of a magnet for bad things. The ring, not my brother. Although, well, the ring is anyway. Let's see. Winnie finally finished the Star Sphere Armillary Sphere for Acacia. And Acacia got Scarlett to scry for her on Panveer. The, gosh, I don't know what exactly he was beforehand. Was he just like a little thief? It's been a long time.
He was a halfling thief, member of Evewalkers. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's up to no good these days. So I hear. I haven't actually heard that yet, but in terms of a recap, I'm omnisciently telling you that he is up to no good. He's moving up in the underworld, I guess you could say. He's killing people, is what I'm saying. It's not good. Yeah. Oh, Proximus is learning to be a better pirate, or like round out his pirate handbook. I don't really know what you would call that, but like pirate tricks, something. Yeah. In addition to like being a really good sailor, now he's like, yes, I'm going to add pirate. See, he's adding titles.
He knows knots and how to balance a ball on his nose. Just all the pirate tricks.
That's what Fiach liked about him. Okay. So yeah, we made it to Crimstone Port on Tomar Tor to pick up my new ship. It is a merchant vessel, but it's pretty shiny, not gonna lie. It is absolutely not a Dragonborn merchant ship that has recently gone missing. It is a new ship that is not Dragonborn. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not Dragonborn. Look, the thing is, when we got to the dry dock to pick it up, I think it might be completed, like all the overhauls, but it was a little distracting because like everyone in the dry dock has been petrified, which is not great. And there was a big note on the sails that said, lovely ship, can't wait to kill you for it. Love, the Tombstone Twins. Who I definitely don't know. Probably. That was kind of the last part of the session. I guess we haven't actually done any checks to know if we have heard of them. But, Acacia, being the sweet, thoughtful centaur that she is, has hustled off to go find some clerics or someone who can help. Possibly authority figures, although I have my doubts. And that kind of brings us to where we are. Standing in a dry dock, surrounded by petrified dwarves. I feel like there's a really good pun to be had here, but I can't quite bring it together.
Yeah, it's my favorite Blink-182 lyric. All right. Standing on a dry dock surrounded by petrified dwarves is indeed where you find yourselves. Acacia has galloped off further inland in search of, yes, any type of medicinal help, hopefully a cleric or high priest or someone on this mercantile island who might be able to offer some greater restoration or even potions, something to help these individuals who've been petrified for gods know how long. Standing around, surrounded by 15 of these petrified dwarves, are you all doing anything?
I am not touching them anymore. I'm gonna stand back and just... They're a little tipsy, y'all, so, like, be careful. I don't think it's a good thing to shatter them by accident.
You did note that there was a trap, quotes on trap, placed on all of them in the sense that if you like even moved any of them, they had like a hair trigger that would unfurl the sail again and reveal this note to you, smeared across your top sail, or your main sail, I should say.
Smeared in what?
It's not red, so you're not exactly sure. I mean, it's dark in here as well, but you all, well, dark vision doesn't give you color. I'll just tell you, I'm not going to make you do rolls or anything. It's smeared in tar.
Yeah.
They've essentially ruined your main sail. There's no getting that out.
What a jerk.
It's a real dick move.
Proximus is going to kneel down and say, Godlike sin, and touch the ground using divine sense. Looking for a hallowed spell. Specifically.
Hallowed spell. Not sure there's necessarily anything in here that would be overtly religious. Actually, you know, it's sailors are religious, superstitious. At a certain point, those two things kind of, the Venn diagram becomes a circle. I will say that you ping on maybe one thing, which is a small little alcove that is carved out that has a number of statues on it. There are dwarven gods as well as oceanic gods, and it's kind of like these are
shrine.
Sailors. Yeah, a shrine. That's the word I'm looking for just whomever these dwarves specifically pray to when they are going about their business. When they like, it's nice to have gods around. So that's, I think, the thing that you would ping on first and foremost.
Well,
Proximus, can I see your glaive for a moment?
Proxy.
I think I froze.
You did.
Okay.
You did.
I just thought you were thinking really hard.
It's very in depth. Just want to make sure you heard it.
I had like a whole ass conversation and nobody said anything, and then I was
Okay.
like, oh, I think I froze.
Oh, no.
Cool,
That was on both ends. All right, go ahead and say that again.
I don't. It wasn't anything important. It was just, yeah. I convey that to the party.
Okay.
Oh,
and it's
Scarlet
one second.
asked-
So then Scarlet asked to borrow your glaive.
Oh, my glaive?
Just trust me, please. We're going
Yes.
to try something new. And I would like to cast light on the glaive.
Yeah, you do so. It illuminates. Is this the entire object, or just the blade itself?
It just says one object.
Okay. I'm just and you can make it the entire object, or you can just make it the blade. I was just wondering how, like, what you're pinpointing. Like, do you want to make it a
blade.
giant glow stick, or okay?
No, we're not going to a
All right.
rave.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
what I'm
later.
asking. Okay. Darude's Sandstorm starts playing. Okay, you have like a torch in a way. You have illuminated Proximus's glaive.
Little Jeffrey has like gone to open his mouth, like gem of brightness, like starting to glow, and then he sees the glaive and he just kind of, oh,
You're useful too. I just wanted to try something new. Just pat him
Kicks
on
a
the
little
head.
rock on the ground.
I just pat him on the head.
The one thing now that you have better illuminated this otherwise dim space is you can see the stony reliefs of these dwarven faces all caught in moments of terror. Some of them that you couldn't really tell before, but were trying to block their eyes. All of them facing in different directions. You kind of get the idea that not everybody was caught in the same petrifying gaze. And Marcus, I'm pretty sure was with you.
Mhm.
He's gone aboard the ship and has begun lowering the mainsail to I guess just dispose of it. It's unusable. I guess it's usable if you also want that message constantly on your sail every time that you go to sea.
I cast prestidigitation on it.
Okay. Prestidigitation does clean an item.
Winnie's like, wait. What if we leave it and then also draw like little smiley faces around it and like, okay, see you soon. Like,
Oh, it's friendly. It's
It's
friendly
like when you
Yeah.
put an LOL at the end of a serious message so you don't seem like a giant bitch.
yeah, exactly. Wait,
Definitely
Can't wait to
do that.
Can't wait to murder you,
passive-
LOL.
Put the
Yeah.
passive aggressive emoji smiley face.
It's stab you to death, LOL. LMAO.
No, please feel free to clean the sail.
Yeah, I mean, by all reason, you should be able to prestidigitate this thing to the point where it's clean. I believe it's only like, a foot. It might take you a little while.
It's a cantrip also though, so
Right.
Yeah,
as
right.
long as
on-
you've got focus.
And you
I feel
presume
like
you do
Scarlet
have
on
some
one
time.
side and Proximus on the other were prestidigitating at the same time. It cleans it twice as fast.
What?
Well,
Well, they're doing that. Would I know, based on my history of alchemical education, about how long it would take me to like attempt a unpetrifying solution with my
time is probably dependent on the skill of your role. You would know that you probably have the base ingredients because you did get some stuff off of those basilisks several episodes ago. Actually, the beginning of this season. It might be a day. It might be longer. You know that, like, the anti-venom, if you want to call it that, the cure to petrifying type scenarios. They're expensive because the materials are rare and hard to come by. Like you don't come across, some Medusa parts or some basilisk parts just every day walking along the forest trail. You might have to go out and get those, and synthesizing that is also incredibly difficult. So you have the hardest part, which are again, the materials. It's how much you could make from that. And yeah, I would say probably a day, maybe two, if you don't roll very well.
I will probably wait until we're back at the ship then.
Yeah, the other thing is you now know that you have some enemies with a petrifying gaze, so you might
Yeah.
want to hold on to those for later.
But also, I would like to make them sooner rather than later if it's going to take me a day or two. We'll see how much I get, but I will. Ooh. I'm gonna look around while they're cleaning then. Are there any... I'm gonna look for the, head dwarf's office. I don't know any words today. Like, the main office?
Foreman?
Foreman, thank you.
Or
Are there
person?
any hastily scribbled... For dwarf. Are there any hastily scribbled notes or, what have you?
So you're just in one dry dock. You know, there's at least a dozen that are all owned by the same group here. So it's like this dry dock was kind of closed off with these workers. So if you'd like, you can go off while Proximus and Scarlet are doing the cleaning. It's going to take a few minutes. You also know it's going to take, you know, a decent chunk of time for Acacia not only to find somebody but also to get back with those somebodies. So yeah, you can absolutely search around if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, if
Go ahead.
there's other people who are not petrified elsewhere, then I'm not going to be like snooping. I'm going to be like, hey, did y'all know there's trouble over here?
Yeah, give me an investigation. See if you can figure your way around.
Oh, 14.
Okay. With 14, you are kind of like in the middle. You know, it's hard to be in the middle of 12, but you know, you're in like the 5th or 6th dry dock. Are you checking the other dry docks? Because there also is a main office, which is kind of like where you did your paperwork. That's where you signed like, hey, you know, do these repairs, replace these sails, and you know, here's our down payment.
I'm guessing there's dry docks between us and the...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
you're in 5 or 6, and there are,
Yeah.
it's at the far end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do a thorough investigation of each dry dock, but I'm going to, like, poke my head into each one and just look around on my way through until I see someone moving. If I see anyone moving.
Poking your head, we'll say you're in 5, you poke your head into 6, you can see that there are 3 individuals not moving in there, standing still, very much like before.
Wait. When I poke my head into 6, I think I'm going to reconsider my method of approach and send little Jeffrey in front of me, just like a little bit, holding like a little mirror.
Okay.
Just,
yeah, Jeffrey holds a mirror and just is looking at himself.
That's fine.
And then realizes he turns it back, and yes, you see again individuals moving, or sorry, you see individuals not moving.
Okay.
Essentially, to give you what you're going to find, you find an additional, between all of the other dry docks, additional 8 people who have also been petrified. In addition to the rest of them, you find little notes written in tar on their petrified bodies. One of them says, "Nosy, aren't we?" Another one says, "Hi, Praximo." Another one says, "This one's for you, Winnie." There's like just snarky notes left on all of these petrified dwarves, all frozen in fear and stone.
Winnie is, as she moves through, I think anything that has like our names or identifying features on it, she's going to kind of pour a little, she's gonna prestidigitate, but it's just like with a little bit of her like alchemical, like rubbing alcohol, essentially, just like kind of scrub off real quick. Anything that's generic, she'll leave.
Going to the main office, you would find that that's probably the first place that they hit. The dwarf that you had spoken to is frozen in place at like the desk where you would have done your business. Give me another investigation check while you're standing there, or perception. Either one would work for them.
Ooh, 30 perception.
You also note that the reason you were able to enter any of these dry docks is the doors were unlocked and the keys are missing.
That's probably not so good. With that, would I get any sort of sense? Like, they're not probably still here, right? Like, or are they?
You would get that at this point, they're probably not still here.
Okay.
You know, this is a message, and a message is meant to be, you know, read and experienced, and it's less so to be like, oh, here's a message and then here's the direct follow-up. Like, this is psychological warfare.
Cool. I think aside from just scampering down. We're back to scampering, I guess. Winnie's gonna do just a quick tour of like all the dry docks and try and like hit any message she sees that has like a specific, again, name or anything. I guess she could just like clean everybody off. That seems polite.
Yeah, not all the dry docks even had ships in them,
Yeah.
and not all of them were staffed. So yeah, there's messages on the remaining 8.
And it was 15 in hours.
So in total, there are 25. There are 25 dwarves. There were 2 in the office, 8 in the other dry docks that you saw, and 15 in yours. And at this point, yeah, Proximus, Scarlet, you have cleaned the sail, and Marcus is standing there, kind of appreciative of your magics. Well, it seems you've gotten the attention of another one of my former allies, I suppose.
So you know them.
Yes, the twins were actually they signed their privateer papers around the same time that with Bloodhound did, or at least Brindle Kane did for us. They are an interesting duo. I'm not really sure how to describe them in a way that is honestly, they're terrifying. They are 2 Medusas, one male, one female, Antilia and Oramus. They sail side by side, which makes their pirating ventures particularly dangerous because they aren't solo, as many pirates are. They love flanking maneuvers, and they love leaving little tricks and messages and taunts. They like playing with their food.
That's obvious.
And it seems like they have finally targeted you, so word has gotten back about the failure of the Bloodhound. Because, of course, we were set to patrol around Shacklebreak, hoping you all would arrive, but it seems like you are now being directly targeted.
Doesn't seem like they like their toys taken.
Wouldn't say so. The interesting thing about them, I think, is that their entire crew have either blindfolded themselves, or to become an officer, you must remove your own ability to see.
That's awful and barbaric, and I hate it. I would like to take these 2 off the seas.
Absolutely.
I imagine we will encounter them
I'm
sooner
sure.
rather than later. So are you all hanging out until Acacia gets back?
Probably.
Yeah, I think Proximus is going to look at any possible way that they gain entrance, that they gain entry to this dry dock. I guess it one way in, one way out type thing.
Yeah, I mean the dry dock has the main gate the ship enters through, and then it's kind of like I can never remember the name. It's like those half circle-esque like military. So it has like an arch to it. So there's a
like
dome, there's an arched roof,
yeah.
but they're very tall, of course, to accommodate a ship. And so there's doors to bring in like larger wagons for equipment. There's also smaller doors for personnel. So there's like, bay doors, and then there's a smaller door as well to each individual dry dock. So essentially 3 means of entry. But as Winnie learned, they stole the key to at least access whatever entry point they needed to.
I am pretty sure Acacia had mind linked when we
We
got...
could say yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually write that down. I didn't write the time. It's like we don't have to stick around. We could just be like, hey, heads up. This is where we're going.
And even if she didn't, you
Shell
have shell phones.
That's true. I worry because isn't it just like one sending spell a day?
No. No.
If we're in a
The-
mile radius, we can use it however
I think
much.
it's
Like a sending
I think
stone.
it's
That's right.
10
that's right.
miles. I think it's double what a
Oh.
sending stone is.
That's
Oh,
right.
wow.
Because it's supposed. So the shell phone is for like
It's like
you,
a
you have your
walkie-talkie.
mind. You have your mind link for when you all need to be secret and plan as you're going to kill somebody in front of them. And then your shell phone is for when you actually get separated in a town and need to figure out where to meet up. I there was
I
a
like how
certain
he
point
gave us
where
this really cool item that we never use.
they both have their uses. There was just a certain point where like the mind link, like you all assumed it was going to do something that it couldn't. So I gave you the shell phones as a backup.
Right. Well, and also like
Her-
I assume
our
it
item-
costs.
In our D&D Beyond is a 5-mile radius.
Okay, then
We
then
also
it
have
is
5 charges of sending.
Correct. 5 per
So,
day between
5.
all of you. You are on a family plan.
Oh.
Ah, nice.
So one person
that's-
can be in charge of all the charges. Got it.
We'll deal with that later. But unlimited within 5 miles is what we're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Nights
okay.
and weekends.
Nights and
Unlimited.
weekends.
Our friends and family plan.
Right. Okay.
Got it.
How many minutes have you racked up this?
I feel like Winnie's the problem. Okay, but like Winnie wants to like look around her ship.
Okay. Give me investigation. And let me know what you're specifically looking for.
That's a 9, and I'm just looking for anything cool that they did to like upgrade it, or if anyone messed with anything.
Well, let me ask you then, Winnie, what upgrades did you pay for?
I mean, I would like a quote.
I understand, but we
think-
left the ship here. You did not give me any specifics about what you wanted done to it, other than you just wanted general repairs. And for them to store it. So unless you say otherwise, that is all that they have done. Is they have given you backup sails, and they have fixed a couple of bells and whistles, figuratively, and polished the dragon head on it. But unless you say otherwise, there's no other upgrades that the dwarves just did for free.
Well, no. I thought we had asked for it to like not look so dragon-y, like to not look like exactly the same ship. Even if
I
that was
don't
just like a
recall
paint
that,
job or anything.
but
Well, because like to me that made sense, and I guess maybe that was
you changed the shape of the sails, which is one of the first things that you identify
Yeah.
with a dragon ship, is they have triangular sails, and then you replace them with. So essentially, Cross's Mercy now technically has dragonborn sails, but not a dragonborn body. You all have
We're a
Fast and-
monstrosity.
yeah.
You have Fast and Furious your ships, just interchanging all the spoilers on them. So,
Is that how
We have
spoilers
3
work?
matching Honda
No.
Civics.
well, it's the spoiler kit that you
Was it
saw
a
like in
Ford?
high school, like in the mid 2000s, when like a guy got like a Honda Civic and then got a spoiler that was like way too
It's like
wide
the
for the car.
carbon
and it's-
fiber one.
It's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
bolts. It's all bolts in the trunk. It's ugly.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not even the same paint. He just wanted a spoiler.
How's that
it's
psychic damage, Michael?
Yeah.
um
Physical reaction to the pain.
I think it's like anything more interesting should probably be done on Ascension Isle, where the fewer people who know about it, the better.
Did you decide what you were renaming it? Because that is the one thing. They did remove the name to Zephyr Majestic from it.
Yes.
So they've removed all
goodness.
the nameplates. They have polished the dragon head. The sails are mundane otherwise. I guess they gave it a new stain, so it's a slightly
Nice.
darker stain to the outside where it was a lighter wood before. Uh, but hard to like paint a wooden ship and hope that it's gonna stick.
I mean,
Hmm.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought I'd written it down, but I had written down dwarf stuff. It is, you know what? Why don't we cut to Proximus and Scarlet? Oh, Star's Luck,
Star's luck.
Oh.
Okay.
right?
So if you
That's what I
Right.
said, right.
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
if you would like, you could take some time, and you, Winnie, could actually engrave Star's luck onto,
Hell yeah.
like there's nameplates that are, it's like a blank license plate. So that is on the back of the ship. So if you would like to chisel that in, you absolutely may. You can also chisel it into the side if you would like. Scarlet,
yes.
Proximus, anything you wanted to do before Acacia got back?
I don't think so.
Cool. Okay.
I don't think there's anything for at least me to do.
It takes some time, but Acacia returns with 2 dwarves on her back, and she informs you that there are some others from she found a temple of Moradin further in, not a large one, and there's one high priest who's there, and they are bringing as many of the upper tier clerics that they can. This priest, who, when he would recognize at least the vestments, as a servant of Moradin, there's a certain like decorative armor in addition to these longer, like a stole and longer robes that are kind of incorporated into the armor itself. Like the armor is not necessarily practical. Lots of images of hammers and lots of layers to it as well. And this is, let's see, this is High Priest Skuld, who I should say High Priestess Skuld, who looks to all of you and starts going to examine the petrified dwarves. Have any of you done an examination of the rest of the dry docks?
Oh, yes, there's 25 total other petrified people. I mostly left them alone. I didn't want to disturb them or
That's
knock them
best.
over or something. Yes.
You didn't
and-
knock any over, did you?
No,
Any?
no.
She's going to I'll describe like all their locations that I'm aware of.
Very well.
I don't know if I missed anyone, but I looked. I tried to find everyone.
All right. Well, seems like this is probably going to take us quite some time, with 25 and all of them being fully petrified. There are really only 2 in our temple who have the ability to restore them, should they be able to be restored at this point. It will probably take us half a month at least.
Would it be easier if we put them all in the same area?
Yes, though I fear moving any of them.
Right. Could
Right.
damage them. Yes.
If you break off a hand in petrification, you're not keeping that hand. Well, that's quite some time. You all
Yes.
wouldn't be charitable enough to support our temple in this time, would you?
Well, we'd have to compensate you for your time and your efforts. Or Moradin's. You know what I mean.
Fellow believer, I see. I can smell the essence of Hensieth on you.
Would you like a drink?
No, I'm on the clock. Thank
Okay,
you. though.
that's fair.
Well, whatever you think is fair.
should we go to the temple, or would you rather accept it?
Oh, we'll have a
here and
cart here shortly. If you can, we're going to be working here, so deliver it as you will.
Proximus leans into Marcus. Marcus, Acacia does this thing where she talks to people and then it's kind of like a secret language. Is this the same thing?
No, Proximus, this is called capitalism.
Oh.
Yes. You have to understand, dwarves are not to speak of an entire people, but it does cost to maintain. We are on an island that is essentially one giant marketplace, and gold does talking for people in many ways that words can't. So, in that sense,
thieves' cat.
it is a different.
That's what it was called.
Right. This isn't that. This is just consumerism.
Canonically, just so we're clear, Winnie thinks it's thieves' cat and thinks it's just like
little paw prints.
Yeah.
Or like two thieves come up to a bar and there's like meow meow meow. Meow.
She does think it's a weird tabaxi language cat paw thing. Yeah.
They just like roll a ball of yarn at the other one. They're like, I'm gonna bat at this for a little while. So
the heist is scheduled for this time. I think this would be the perfect time and appropriate use of thank you for that for that psychic link to check in with everyone. And I don't remember how many people can be on the link, if that includes Marcus or not, who I appreciate being our other mascot, who often is out of the conversation and just hanging out being a himbo. Hey, so yes, hi, this is Winnie. And I think it's probably appropriate to, they ask for a donation, but it's also like really our fault, kind of. Like, this seems pretty targeted to us, because like I said, or intended to say, when I was wandering around, like, there were a lot of other messages, like, to us specifically. They used our names and everything, and it's just like the four of us, right? Like, there's no other crew members or anything.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Actually, the Skull holds up that clipboard that at least the foreman in this area was looking at. That you kind of looked over their shoulder. You didn't determine what was on it. She flips a page and goes, "Are any of you Winnie?"
Hi, that's me. Yes. Minora Vandriel, at your service.
Well, for who knows how much longer, right? And she hands you the clipboard, which she's flipped a page over, and you can see that the twins have left a rudimentary drawing of them just stabbing you. So there's just a little pigtailed elf and then two like snake-headed stick figures, just like with big smiles.
Well, it's good to find joy in your work, I guess.
Art is very subjective.
That is awful.
Yeah, okay, well... Okay.
So this is because of all of you, then?
Well, we don't know them. But I guess they know us.
And back in the psychic link, Winnie's gonna just say, yeah, so apparently, definitely because of us. We should really foot the bill on this whole like de-petrification thing. And traditionally, I'm pretty sure X is the amount that they usually ask for. X being filled in by the GM, because would Winnie actually know? I have a brother who's a cleric, right? Like,
So here's how I'm gonna try to quantify it here, and I know I have a cheat sheet for the cost of medical services, but Eberron, I believe, has actually something for this, for like, you know, because Eberron is a very capitalist type setting, so there's absolutely like the cost of medical services. So let me see if I can pull that up real quick. And while I'm doing that and giving you all a total, yeah, go about your, do whatever you want.
I mean, we can't really do whatever we want because to leave with the middle,
Within reason.
this conversation of Skuld, I feel like,
Just standing around, kicking our boots and just looking.
yeah,
Then stand by. Let me see if I can pull this.
Playing cards with Marcus.
yeah,
Go fish.
Proximus, that's not how you play blackjack.
Oh, I just like the
Proximus
fish
just starts
idea.
running. I'm going.
also, probably still in the mind link. Also just like, we need to unfreeze some of these people so that we can pay for the ship and kind of get going. Yeah.
This sounds like this is going to hurt my wallet quite a bit today.
I mean, it's kind of our wallet, but I guess technically speaking, yes, it's probably gonna hurt. But in the long run, it's for the best. Plus, think about how happy all of these are. 25 whole dwarves, probably. I didn't really check all of them, but I think they're all whole. Are gonna be so happy with us for saving them.
They would have been happy without ever meeting us. Let's be real.
Well, yeah, but we didn't know that, like, coming. We didn't. Did you know about the Tombstone Twins?
No.
Me neither.
We heard the name before.
I just say
We
no and just
read it.
glare.
Wait, when?
It was in the letter that was left. Some of the letters that
Winnie actually encountered it.
Yes.
Right.
You're right.
They had all the names of all of the different privateers.
Yes. So
Maybe we should revisit that list and go through on who's the most dangerous and who is going to be out for blood, more likely than some.
yeah.
I think Marcus, and I point right at him. I think it's totally snitching on him, by the way. I think Marcus was trying to get rid of all of this information when we met him.
Yeah. Marcus, about
I think he was
that.
burning it up, actually.
I did not burn anything that I
No,
have not otherwise informed you of.
We weren't friends at the time. It's okay. You didn't know
It's
that
not
we
a
were
big deal.
like,
Yeah.
good best friends.
We totally didn't trust you when we first met you either.
No.
Well,
Here
I mean,
we
once
are.
you
Not a big
surrendered,
deal
Best
whatsoever.
friends.
yeah. Once you surrendered, like, and gave us your word of honor, like, that was fine. But you were burning stuff before you surrendered, and like, that's different. But anyway, so
Let's
about
call it 100 gold. The way Eberron justifies it is a 3rd level spell should cost 100 gold. This is obviously like a 6th level spell, but I'm not going to make you spend, because I'm also not doing math. So 100 gold per dwarf, I think. should be
2,500
fair.
gold.
2,500 gold.
Yikes, okay.
That
Um,
does hurt.
Wendy, what was the bill on your ship?
oh, that would be I think he quoted me. She quoted me. The four dwarf. He quoted me. Y, gold. Y is where the GM fills in the blank of what.
Right.
They were so
All right,
inspired.
we're gonna sit
that they were
here
going
and
to pay
pick on
us.
Marcus more. Derek's gonna give us a number.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we said like
Poor
a
Marcus.
gold per day. So you all were gone for, let's see, you all went from here to, what was that? That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 47, 57, 67, say like around 80 days. So 80 gold on top of that, and then additional repairs were probably you all didn't damage the ship that much in taking it, so there wasn't that much to repair. So with labor and everything like that, an additional 150 on top of that.
So 80 gold plus 150 for repairs?
Correct.
Okay.
So 230 on top of 2,500. So literally I just forgot 2,500 and what did I say? 230.
That would be
So-
2730.
2730 in total.
So Scarlet, the grand total, well, that doesn't make any sense because they're not going to the same person. 2,500 to Skald and the Temple of Moradin, not the Temple of the Morrigan. That's completely different, and they're very helpful, but not in this particular instance. And then 230, we will need to leave with the dry dock. Probably someone in charge should be de-petrified sooner rather than later. For a number
So
of
the one
reasons.
in
We'll
charge?
start with the foreman.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're already
Okay.
doing so much. I didn't really want to like impose and like specify, but like it does kind of make sense, like mostly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. We understand hierarchies and whatnot.
We will cover the cost of the care for these individuals because seeing as this is seemingly our fault, I will make sure that you are paid within the day.
It is very much appreciated, and blessings of Moradin upon all of you. And she pulls out this little ceremonial, like, smithing hammer, and reaches up and gives just like a little bonk between the eyes to each of you if you'll let her. And it's gentle. There's a pressure. You actually don't feel bad afterwards. You all have essentially blessed for the day. You have received a high priestess's god's blessing. So anything you do today, you may add a bless spell to it, which I believe is a D4. Okay.
Ooh, I might need that later.
Acacia offers to hang back and make sure that everyone is cared for and that nothing else happens with the ship, and decides to leave when the rest of you decide to leave. Do you want to do anything on in Crimstone Port while you're here?
Hey, Scarlet, how are you feeling? Are you feeling still a little okay? See, I started to ask because I was going to ask if you could cast something, but now I feel bad because I do also genuinely want to know how you're feeling because you just had like a really stressful, life-changing experience. And we haven't really talked about it since we left Red Tide Rock.
Well, seeing as I'm still barred from doing my complete duties as a captain, just very strong side eye towards Marcus. Things are fine. What can I help you with?
Might that not be for your health and well-being?
I would like to just continue as all, but here we are. I can do some magic.
Can
Still?
you do that like little sneaky spying magic where like you look at things from afar, like kind of scry on them and stuff?
I can try.
It's the egg. She's just kind of
The egg?
gonna look around so she doesn't have to like specify too much. You know, like the egg that we.
You mean the one that we let go?
Yeah, I just won't be sure it's okay. Because if it's not okay and it's like doing very poorly, I would like to know like where on the list, you know, we should put the egg's relatives as potential opponents. You know, like if the egg is an omelet, we're going to be in way more trouble than...
But we didn't turn it into an omelet. We let them go, so I figured it's kind of our hands are washed of it.
You know
Right?
that's not how that works.
That is how it works for pirates.
You know that's not how the relatives are going to see it, though. Like... You know that, right? Like, we know that, but like...
We let them go. As far as I'm concerned, they were no longer our responsibility.
Oh, well, if that's how you're concerned, then the relatives can, we can just say that they're friends now, right? And like, we don't have to, I can sleep soundly, like...
Wait, you haven't been
please-
sleeping soundly?
No, I'm doing pretty okay. But what I'm saying is that, like, in this great big world, I would like to know where we could, like, rank the relatives. I'm winking at you, just so that we can be clear that we're not talking about chickens here. Like, we might think we're fine and morally correct for what we've done. I feel pretty good about it, but I'd feel better about it if I know that this egg is like in a little cozy nest or wherever it's supposed to be, as opposed to like cracked on a beach somewhere. Like a...
I really want an omelet now.
Yeah, me too. Let's get like lunch after this.
Well, if we're asking about magic and whatnot, let me ask my supervisor first if I'm allowed to cast magic.
Marcus, it's kind of a big deal. Like, you were there, you know why it's kind of a
I'm
big
not
deal.
your supervisor. I'm just trying to make sure that you're fine.
Arguably, that's one of the better things she
haven't
could have
tried
told
to
you.
do anything to stop you from doing anything that you typically
Like
do.
everyone
I've
is
just been
very
there
spicy today.
to
Yeah.
make sure that you don't fall down in your face in front of the entire crew.
Like an omelet with some peppers? Ooh.
Omelets don't fall, Winnie. What are you talking about?
What?
What?
Some jalapenos. That would be nice.
Yeah. A little sauce, a little hot sauce.
Ooh.
How does
Marcus,
Proximus know what a jalapeno is?
can she... I'm pretty sure, like, since Surface Day, like, there have been some, like, drinking nights
been
where he's
trying
needed that,
everything.
like, hair of the dog, like, solid morning breakfast
Ugh.
something.
I have to imagine that Proximus cannot handle spicy food.
Nothing.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Like
growing up
pepper
with
is
a-
too
too much.
spicy.
It's
Yeah.
a green pepper that he's really thinking of. Yeah.
If he can even taste capsaicin at all, because not all animals have the taste
That's
buds
true.
to drink
that's
capsaicin.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Marcus, like,
Anyway.
you get why this is sort of an important ask, right? Like,
I'm not. I'm
here's-
not.
you
her
were
boss.
listening. You must
I'm
have been
not her
listening.
Dad, I'm not.
You're not. That'd be weird
eavesdropping.
if you
Just
were.
let her do whatever it is. Scarlet, do whatever you want.
Oh, well, now
Fine.
you've done it. Oh,
Oh.
you're gonna regret that later.
When have I ever been able to
We
stop
should
her?
probably just
You
go.
haven't, but she's, Anyway, not the point. The point is we want lunch. So, because, like, here's the other thing is, like, I could just, like, go into one of these, like, shops with, like, crystal balls on the front that, like, imply someone could do this for me. But, like, the fewer people who, like, know, probably the better. I could also probably just ask for news of it, but that also seems super suspicious. So, like...
Are you done pitching your case? Because I will do
I
it.
didn't
Winnie.
realize I needed... Thank you. I didn't really realize it needed to be a case that needed to be made, but goodness, okay.
Oh, I just
All right,
chose violence today.
I think we all
So-
did.
we are scrying on the dragon egg.
The dragon
Yeah.
egg.
This would be
Okay.
hilarious if Winnie was just so, like, roundabout that it was, like, genuinely just, like, a seagull egg that, like, came across in the mental link. But, yeah.
So it does say particular creature. So welcome to
It's
our
a baby
pro-life
dragon.
podcast. Welcome to our
Yeah,
pro-life
yeah.
game as we talk about how an unborn dragon is a creature.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not?
Throwing in there.
They want to crack it over the edge of a skillet. We're not going to judge them.
For the
you
purposes
get
of
a
this magical spell.
I wouldn't crack it over anything because there's a lot of dragon in there. This thing is hefty. Okay, so must make a
You big skillet.
I'll give it a wisdom 7 throw, I guess. Let's see. You
Does
have
it
met the
have,
target.
like, disadvantage or something because
I'm.
it's
It's not
You know
fully
what?
sentient.
You don't have a likeness picture, possession or garment, or any type of body part or anything like
no,
that.
I
So
gave it my cloak.
But we don't have that.
you don't have it.
Oh,
We have to have it.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Unless Marcus stole a piece of the shell of the egg. No.
Just plucks off a little shell and it starts leaking. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the young gold dragon, which has it only has a +1 to wisdom. I think that's fair. As
Really?
far
Gotta
as
beat an
things go.
18.
Well, has a saving throw of +5. I'll give it a +1. So
Thank you. Like, it has 0 life experience, but in this one case, it's like I can prevent it.
So wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
rolled a 10. So you are able to scry on it.
I would like to share it
By-
via the mind link.
Yes.
All right.
I just want to know if it's okay. I don't want to cause it harm.
So remind me, with scry, you can see and hear a particular creatures on the same plane of existence. Okay. Successful say. Okay, did not succeed. Failed. You create an invisible sensor within 10 feet. It is dim in the room that your scrying sensor pops into existence. Maybe 10 by 10 room, very dark. 10 by 10 by 10. And the egg is set up on a pedestal around which you can see magical fire is laid out in a circle around it, giving it an ambient heat. You presume. You can't feel the heat in here. There are other pedestals around as well, which include some bits of wealth. You can see that several of the pedestals are empty, and there are empty spots to this room where you kind of get the feeling that there should be more treasure in this space. There is a door at one end that is closed. There is no how do I want to describe this? You're in a vault is basically what I'm getting at here. There are no windows. You are in a vault somewhere, and very dimly on the other side of the door you can hear a mix of both Draconic and Dwarvish. You can't really tell what's being said, but you can kind of determine that those are the languages. That's what you get. What else? I don't think you can move. Sensor moves with the target, so the target isn't moving.
Yeah, I can't just like zoom out to see where this room actually is.
Yeah, because I don't think you can, because it's a physical sensor that you create, so it can't like pass through walls and stuff. So yeah, you're not exactly sure where it is, but the egg is intact. Seems undamaged. Seems like it is in a resting place of sorts.
There you go. It is safe. It is perfectly fine.
Hooray!
I should have had Winnie roll a luck check to determine where it actually was. Maybe it was cracked on a beach.
You monster.
I gave it a little extra protection. But now I can take my cloak back. That's like a bonus.
How can you take your cloak back?
Well, I mean, I can, like, get rid of that infusion. Like, cancel that magic.
Oh,
and
I see.
make another cloak.
I will say it is. You do notice, well, since Winnie, you did give your cloak to it, it is kind of like nestled in the cloak as a magical item. So there's no like straw nest. It's kind of like propped in that.
It would still be nestled in the cloak. It just wouldn't have the, like, extra armor anymore.
Yeah.
Well, now I feel bad.
Deal with
Woody's going to talk it over with little Jeffrey later. But now it's lunchtime.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
you
Scarlet.
all.
You're welcome.
So you all decide to go further into Crimstone Port? Anyone? Yes, no? Could be okay. Nods anything. There we go.
Yes.
Okay. Heading into Crimstone Port, like I said, this is the island itself of Tomar Tor is a big trading island. There's a lot of ships that dock here. There's a lot of goods that get dispersed out from here. There's goods that come in from Terraconis. There's goods that come from the Elvenlands to the north. There's the goods that come out of Axia, and even from Hexacotl to the southwest. This is just one of those hubs which can kind of redistribute things out. So it is well populated, and obviously because this is a dwarven island, there are a number of dwarves moving about, wagons all about on the roads, a lot of pack animals moving things about. You also see different peoples as well. There are humans, elves, dragonborn, which seem to move in kind of like, when you see Dragonborn, there's always, it's never just one. They're always together in a group, and they're always moving very like militaristically, I want to say, like regimentally. No, more like they're always in formation. There's a hierarchy to the way that they walk. And you see a number of emblems, a lot of people in uniform. Some of the dwarves, this is kind of like where they live, but when you see humans, they are wearing the emblems of New Cavalon. They're wearing the emblems of Anoth. When you see elves, they're wearing a variety of outfits, but all kind of have a uniform-esque quality to them. Hexacotl, you'll see lizard folk, you see tabaxi, turtles, more of a looser vibe to their dress style, I would say. But a variety, types of dress that you might not have seen before. And yeah, heading further into town, you see that there's a number of buildings that accommodate, this, like I said, a lot of warehouses, a lot of trading stalls. There's, tents set up that for actual individual trading. There's a number of blacksmiths and just any type of commerce that you could possibly be looking for. The further inland you go, the more and more it is, and there's options for everything. If you're looking for a place to eat, you would absolutely be able to find a tavern or 2 or 5. Any place in specific that you are looking for, or like a quality of place?
Just apparently some place that has omelets.
Some place that does omelets. Okay, so we're looking for a bougie brunch place on a dwarven island. You find a place where all of the dwarven mustaches are curled with beeswax, and they're all wearing plaid with really thick glasses. Really calling myself out here.
Mimosas served in a mason jar.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's the mason is literally the one who owns them. Yeah. You will absolutely find a place called the Shattered Sword, and you would find that it is a restaurant blacksmith, as a lot of places around here kind of do the excuse me, that KFC Taco Bell sort of deal, where like every place is also another thing incorporated with it. So there's the rigging of a blacksmith working at an anvil, and then also connected in the same building is the Shattered Sword. And you'd be able to go inside and see it is busy as you are reaching food time, breakfast, brunch, lunch, whatever it happens to be, middle of the day. And you are grabbing a table?
Yes.
Perfect. So you grab a table. It's a short while before a dwarven gentleman with a rather shorter beard comes up to you and gets your order. So, omelets then.
Yes, please.
How did you know?
I'm cutting up half of the conversation because it was already stated and I didn't want to belabor a point. I mean, I'm psychic.
We definitely need to talk about how we are going to find these twins. Yes?
Yeah, no, I think for sure.
Marcus chimes in. I'm worried that they will find you before you find them. The ocean's a big place, and you all have... Well, you've been taking the straightforward path, and you now have a home base. Not that you've openly advertised it any, but yes, I just hope that Phoenix Landing has improved its defenses, is all.
Do you think we should take like a little squiggly roundabout route back from here?
I don't necessarily think, though. I don't think that would be overly necessary. I think they're going to find you one way or another. They know where your A point is. Then they know your B point. If they can't find you in between, they'll find you at either end. And they've already found you at one end. I think it's probably going to be some time before they actively strike out. I think they're going to probably bide their time and wait for you to maybe even forget that they exist. Leave a threat, stress you out for a little bit, and then wait for your guard to be lowered once again. It doesn't work to attack somebody whose guard is up.
So probably better for us to find them.
Valid, but again, I have no idea where their ships make berth.
A mystery.
This is not how our people fought wars. You would set a trap. We were coming in. They could have struck when we got there. They did not have to put all of these people in harm's way.
No, I feel that was the point.
Yes. I don't like it. I think that's what I was getting at.
You see, Proximus, the people who are running as privateers, they are what I'm going to call real pirates. We are running as amended type. Not all of us are bad, but not all of us are merciful, good.
We're working outside of the law. That makes us pirates.
We don't necessarily pillage every island we see or burn down every ship we find, but
We're not cruel.
to an extent.
Wait, what does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
I've had times. Yes.
There are much worse out there than what people would encounter with us. And we have been fortunate enough to not have to run into many. The worst ones we probably run into have probably been when... Oh gosh, when we went at the shackle break way back when. Honestly.
Right.
Proximus, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh. Ooh, that's really good.
That's good.
25?
Great. You are able to just back out of the way as a sailor, presumably a group of them are passing by with mugs full of, let's say, ale that nearly douses you. And you were able to move out of the way as it splashes and maybe just gets on your winged boots. And the sailor looks over and goes, "I'm sorry, fish boy. Nothing personal. It was totally an accident. Sorry about it. I'll
Did you call me fish boy? I trip him.
Before that, Proximus, I will say that all of you notice the symbol that is on his uniform and the uniform of these individuals. They are all wearing the three swords of the Nerian Empire.
Oh, even better.
Okay. So you would like to trip him.
When he eats faster.
All right. Proximus, give me
I would like to roll
acrobatics.
A trip roll.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a natural 20 for 29. I'm looking to make it stealthy. Like,
No
Okay,
problem.
Also roll stealth because you've just tripped. He went down.
That's even better. What is going on? I never roll this good. So that is a 21, 19 on the die.
Okay. He goes down. The mug is glass. It smashes all over the floor. And the other Imperial sailors start laughing at him. And he gets up and he goes,
okay?
He looks at you, he goes, "Why'd you trip me? Why'd you trip me, fish boy?"
I think you have it all wrong. Maybe you shouldn't have more to drink, but if you want something to drink, I'll get you another one to replace that one. Sorry about that, human boy.
Shoves you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. If you offer to buy him a drink, and if he shoves you, if you just go...
This is not good for relations with
not
the...
gonna... Go ahead.
No, I'll definitely take the shove. Yes.
You're not going to do anything then?
No, it's... hey, you probably don't want to do that. I don't think your commanding officer would like that, right? Getting into a scuffle in a local place like this, drunk, doesn't look good for the Empire.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Shoving around people like you is what the Empire does. If anything, I'd probably get promoted for it. But not worth my time. And he spits
Can I cast Mage Hand?
at your feet. Yeah, you can cast I don't think you can attack with Mage Hand. But you can caress his cheek. Actually, you know what?
Tie his shoes together.
I can carry 10-pound things. I can't smack somebody.
You give me we'll use Mage Hand like this. You have an attack modifier for your spells.
Yeah, my spell attack is plus 10.
Go ahead and roll.
That's a 19, so 29.
Okay. With a 29, your very visible mage hand emanates from you and swacks him across the face.
And then I put the hand on his shoulder.
I don't know where that came from.
And
we literally saw it come from you.
I pull him very close to me. And I can roll a grappling check if you would like.
Yeah, go for it. If you are grappling, let's grapple.
Yeah, I want to grab him and bring him very close, but kind of like a side hug, but really rough. You know that one friend that grabs you way too hard at a party and you're like, "Oh no, you're drunk." I get it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing to him.
Okay.
13 plus 9. That is 22. I'm just going to grab him and bring him very close to me and say, "Have you ever seen a human drowned before? Do you ever... The pressure is what really kills you when you get very, very, very deep. That's where I'm from."
Okay. What did you roll for your grapple?
That was a 22.
22. Okay. Also a 22, so I think that it goes to you on that one.
Well, he could definitely pull away. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I think he pulls away, and after Scarlet, Scarlet, roll for persuasion with disadvantage to say that it wasn't you. Or deception. This is deception, obviously.
Woody's gonna just pick up little Jeffrey and put him on the other side of her on the bench. And finish her omelet.
I rolled 14s on both, so 19.
Winnie, every time we go to Denny's, this happens.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, play with your crayons.
Earmuffs.
It's the last time we come to Cracker Barrel.
Okay, rolled a 20, so they do not believe you. And I will tell you this. I'm going to give them disadvantage as one of them goes to lob a mug at you, Scarlet.
You get plus
Bold
5
choice.
to your saving throws.
It goes flying past you and smashes directly between the horns of a minotaur sitting at the table behind you. I will need everyone to roll for initiative, as when we come back from break, we're going to have a bar
please.
fight.
Yes, Barbara.
Yes.
Mare, I'm so sorry.
I know, right?
Hang
I can't
around,
be
folks.
trusted.
We will be back in 10 to 15. Take care of yourselves. When we come back, we will have a good old-fashioned, what is it called? What do the Irish call it? A Donnybrook. We're going to have a Donnybrook. Vast, and welcome back to Horizons Call, everybody. We've got a bar fight in store, so let's get to it. But real quick before we do, just as a reminder, you can tip this wonderful cast who tells this wonderful story, plays these wonderful characters every single week through our Pally. Pally.gg is a great tool that we have. I almost lost everything on my desk just a second ago. Pally is a great tool that we use that evenly distributes anything that you are generous enough to tip to this wonderful cast, and based on shares, doles it out. It's a great thing that we have used to try to support our cast, as our channel still does not break even. Should you support us through Twitch, through subs, bits, all that kind of twitchy stuff, Twitch takes a little too much of a cut than we'd like, but still spend your money how you want to spend your money. It goes directly towards the channel. It's very much appreciated. Regardless of how you spend your money, you can always impact this game. Like, say we're in a bar fight, you want to make things harder for them? Great, this is a perfect time for a black spot. And if you do that, I will contractually sing a sea shanty just to balance out karma in this lifetime. Okay. We have a bar brawl. You all have kind of like 80s movie college-esque started a food fight. A glass has been thrown at a minotaur who flips a table, which like launches a plate of sausages at Tabaxi, who then swipes wildly and hits a dwarf. And it is in seconds, in less than seconds, in microseconds. It is pure chaos in this tavern, the Shattered Sword. We have combat order, as I was describing to my cast off screen. This is from the Creature Codex of Kobold Press. The bar brawl itself as its own stat block. It is a singular monster. It is a swarm type creature, so it will do damage on its own. But yeah, Scarlet, you are top of the order. Who would you like to target? Would you like to target wildly? What would you like to do? You're muted.
I am muted. First one up with a new class.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Oh god. I feel like an area effect is gonna be the best way around this.
Okay.
Oh god. Here's to casting Cloud of Daggers for the first time.
Okay. So is this a save or is this an attack roll? I believe it's a save.
I know it automatically hits. Type of deal.
Oh,
it's one of those
automatically
spells.
hits. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Let me look up Cloud of Daggers real quick, because I've used it once before.
It's if people are in the area of effect.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're surrounded by what is essentially like you are a blip in a huge monster, which is kind of how the swarm works.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot cube.
Mm-hmm.
I would like that cube to not be centered on me, because that sounds like a bad
That would
decision.
screw us all up.
Well, no, it is kind of. It doesn't hit you. It's a 5-foot cube.
But I'm
on
sharing a
center.
table with my friends.
Yeah, that's true. 40 slashing. If it enters. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll the 44 slashing damage. It's going to hit somebody in this bar.
11
hit points. Okay. So we can say you cast this in the center of the Nerian jock party. What do these daggers look like for having cast this the first time?
For the first time, since, there's not too much thought into this, they're probably very just basic.
Mm-hmm.
We are lucky that we have anything it feels weird. It's just not the same as like warlock magic. And it's just like it feels like a shirt that's like brand new, but you haven't gotten a chance to wash it yet. It's just like weird.
Fair enough. Okay. Your weird daggers start slashing into some of the Nereians who look ready to attack all of you. I will note that like nobody in here is explicitly armed. Like we can, you know, they're going to be attacking with what is described as bar stools, broken bottles, and darts. But we can presume that like if they have a short sword on them, that's what they're using. It's doing the same type of damage. Great. Anything else for your turn, Scarlet?
I don't think so. I think that's all I can do.
Great. Next up then
Yes.
is Winnie.
Okay. So Winnie is going to sip her beverage. And the provocateur of all of this is going to as Winnie is sipping, little Jeffrey's beady little eyes are going to like focus in on this Empire soldier person, and his little sharky mouth is going to crack open, and it sounds like when you get to the end of a tape and it's just that like weird silence, but like you can hear that like you know what I mean? It's like a little fuzzy,
like the crackling.
it's like a little fuzzy silence before it like hits that like click click click. That's what like in general you would hear, but this soldier person, this provocateur, is going to hear a replay of what Proximus was telling him just a few seconds ago about what humans experience when they're drowning, like when they're being crushed by the pressures of the deep.
Jeffrey would know. He's drowned a man.
Yeah, so it's dissonant whispers.
I record all my kills. Mother, would you like to see my trophies?
And I'm sure there's some sort of distressing like sound effects that he's layering in there as well. But yes, wisdom saving throw, please.
All right. 18 plus 10, 28. Got a lot of wisdom.
A lot of wisdom. Okay. That's okay.
Wow.
So I don't know, based on how you want to play this, it can still take psychic damage, right?
It's not immune to psychic damage.
Okay. So I guess actually instead of like the specific soldier, it might be those like right around us.
Sure.
It's still gonna take 3d6
Okay.
psychic damage. Which seems like a lot. No, I'm sorry. That's okay. So 5, 10, 14, so 7 psychic damage.
Okay.
And must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from us.
And you're targeting one creature, or is this multiple creatures?
It doesn't have to move away anyway, so
Okay.
I misread that part. It does take the 7 psychic damage though.
It took psychic damage.
Yes.
Would you... Anything else for your turn? Anything for Jeffrey?
I think little Jeffrey is going to hold his action until someone gets like all up in our space, because this isn't really our deal, right? Like we're here to help our friends.
Like everybody's deal at this point.
I mean, yeah, but
Like it's a bar brawl. It's everybody in this room.
We made it.
It's the-
Everybody's. Yeah.
I guess.
Like you're
Okay.
not the only ones fighting. It's not just like you and the Nereians. There's
Okay.
there's a
I would
turtle
like to focus.
spinning a halfling over their head like a WWE match.
They were
and
just
launching
waiting
them
for
into-
this.
Yes.
Like
I love
the
it.
tensions have been boiling. There are 3 gnomes stacked on top of each other who are punching 3 kobolds stacked on top
All
of each
right.
other. Like
All right. Then, fine. Then little Jeffrey is going to slam his little fins down on the table, push himself up, and just like the closest combatant, he's gonna like fly his little way over, and he's gonna do that like action figure chop and force strike. I always forget force strike is ranged. So no, he's just gonna stand on the table and fire one of his like teeth as a little projectile. Yeah, like a terrible cross between a porcupine and a shark. And 17.
AC. I should have looked at. Yeah, 17 will hit.
And 3, 4, 7 damage of force damage, I guess, is a thing.
Okay. Yeah, force damage is a thing. Anything else for your turn?
No, I guess, actually, I lied. He's gonna click one more track in his mouth. This is gonna be me, like, switching discs on the soundtrack of our lives, and, is going to, play just, like, a little 10-second clip of a sea shanty he picked up at the docks, and grant, like, a rousing, like, inspiring one, and grant, I guess, Proximus Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. This is your Bardic Inspiration. Okay, so the Proximus gets a what? D6?
Yes. You can add it to ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Nifty.
Nice, thank you.
That is it.
Wonderful.
For your turn.
Great. It is the Barbrol's turn. They are going to take attacks on all of you, including Marcus, who is with you. Marcus is your number 4 for today. So, let's see. They have a +4 to hit for either. So Scarlet, that's a 22. Proximus, that is a 18. Winnie, that's a 9, and for Marcus, that is a 16. So Marcus is going to get hit, Scarlet's going to get hit. I don't think Proximus or Winnie. Okay.
No.
So Scarlet, one of the Nirans picks up a bar stool from nearby and swings it at you, doing 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Meanwhile, a broken bottle is thrown at Marcus, who is going to take 16 points of slashing damage. Winnie, a punch, because you're still sitting there, basically sipping your mimosa, a punch like goes to where you would be if you were standing and just whiffs over your head. Proximus, a slam comes down at you, and like you kind of like lean back, and it just like right where the drink went, it kind of flips the table a little bit when he like picks up the mimosa off the table as it flips over. Chaos. Otherwise, there's shifters battling shifters, just all different types. Let's see what one of the other fights looks like right now. I'm gonna spin my my reincarnation table that I made on pickerwheel.com. Pickerwheel.com. Make a wheel.
Nice.
Nothing. A knoll is punching in the face of. Boy, I wish this wheel was faster. An elf. Okay. A knoll is punching an elf in the face. That's also happening. We are to Proximus. It is your turn.
As a bonus action, I am going to cast Shield of Faith on myself. So my AC will be 21. And then... Okay, I'm going to grapple the Nerian jock that called me Fish Boy.
Okay.
Specifically, him. Yes.
Okay. So just grapple check?
Just a grapple check, yes.
Okay.
As my action. That flew off. That's a natural 1.
Okay. I was worried because you rolled a 7, but here we are. Yeah, you already tried doing like the way too rough hug thing. He just like kind of slides off you and gets ready to try to hit you again. Anything else for your turn?
That's it.
Okay. All right. Marcus is going to attack then, especially since he got slashed. He's going to cast Flame Blade as his bonus action. And then he is going to take his attacks with that. Actually, I forget how many attacks he even gets at this point. I think it's just one.
13.
Yeah, 13 attacks.
Okay.
I wish. I think it's just one attack. So he is going to do 16 hits, and then he's going to do 3d6 of damage. And while I am doing that, we're back to the top of the order with Scarlet.
So Cloud of Daggers is up to a minute with concentration.
So go ahead and roll that damage again. It's gonna hit something.
I don't know. I got hit though. Do I have
What
to
do you mean?
save on that? I got hit by a bar stool.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I roll to save that?
Constitution.
Mhm.
You get +5 because you're near me.
That's great because I rolled a 17.
Nice.
Okay. Maintaining concentration then. So yeah, go ahead and do that damage.
Not as good as the first one. It's only 9.
Slashing into the Nerians as well as a lizard folk, which has tried gnawing into one of the nearby tabaxi. Anything else? Or I guess that's just the maintenance of the spell. So what would you like to do for your turn?
That is pretty much all I can do unless I want to break concentration, which I don't feel like I need to right now.
I should be able to cast cantrips.
Cool. I can cast thaumaturgy.
I'm
kidding.
Yell at him real loud.
I mean,
Yell out real loud. Yeah.
Now I can make the floor shake. I'll make the floor shake.
Yeah. Change the color of your eyes, open some doors.
No, I changed. I will do lightning lure.
Okay.
That is off of me. One creature of my choice. The one that I smacked.
Mm-hmm.
See them 15 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I want to go for that one.
Okay.
Strength saving throw.
All right. 14.
No.
Okay.
Spell save is 18.
Pull him in.
Nice.
All right, he gets pulled in 10 feet into a straight line towards me and 16 points of lightning damage.
Okay. 16 points of lightning damage. And Proximus, if you'd like, since this is the one that you were also fighting, you can get an opportunity attack if you would like to use your reaction for that.
Oh, yes, of course I would.
Sorry for taking your target.
We're not that far away from each other.
The way that I was imagining this was, 4-person table at, fucking Denny's. So it was Proximus sitting across from you, and then Scarlet sitting next to Proximus, Jeffrey sitting across from Scarlet. So Scarlet's pulling this gentleman past you as well, if you would also like to get an opportunity attack. She's basically whipping him over your broken table, through flying omelets, just electrified the entire way.
I love that laugh.
I think Winnie... So look, she's not gonna, attack, by thrusting out a dagger or something, but if she could just, hold up, the artisanal wooden tray that the omelet was probably served on, being a, because it's, a craft hipster whatever, right?
Be a D4 improvised damage,
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. That's all I'm looking for. That's, I don't know, a 19 plus something. That hits, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they have an AC of 12.
Yeah. Like,
So
I will do the math if you want me to, but...
I
seems
don't
silly.
need you to.
3 on the die. I don't think I have any bonus to... Yeah.
Okay.
Improvise, so... Just a little
Uh,
thunk.
Proximus, what was yours?
It was a 14 to hit, and then unarmed strike, 5 points of. I just punched him in the face as he swung past being electrocuted.
All right. Scarlet, anything else for your turn? Okay. The Minotaur that had become enraged earlier is currently rampaging and just literally like headbutting through tables, pushing crowds of people around. Literal bull in a dwarven tavern. That's not a saying. There's a Githzerai who is. It must be. There's a Githzerai who is currently trying to box with a Coalinth, who's just punching them in the groin over and over and over. There is a silver dragonborn who has a heron gun and a headlock and is just pulling on their ears as hard as they can. We are to Winnie's turn.
Winnie is going to unroll her alchemist supplies and just kind of like shake out the little thing that they're rolled up in, you know. And like as the dust kind of goes flying from inside her tool bag, she's going to cast web. Like, I don't know how big this place is, but I assume there's at least 20 feet of space.
Yeah,
Like-
we're considering this a huge-sized creature, so it's going to take
Yeah.
up at least 20 feet of space.
Yeah. Like a little ways, like a 5-foot buffer between the table and where this starts, if possible. And ideally would like to kind of get it between some walls to like create like a, you know, it's a 20-foot cube, but if it could hit some walls, that'd be great. And if we could do like a dex save, that would be great.
Okay, what's the, this is just restraining them?
Yes. It restrains them. On a failed save, they're restrained, and then it's difficult terrain.
So they are immune to being restrained, which is one of the things
shoot,
I listed. So did you want to do something else?
Yes,
Okay.
I would. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
In which case, Winnie is going to kind of crank up the volume on little Jeffrey and cast Dissonant Whispers at 4th level.
Okay.
So that's another Wisdom saving throw.
That is a 16.
Meter beat. Yeah. So half
The
damage.
attacker gets the advantage, so you succeed.
Oh. Good. Excellent.
It's how I have always ruled it. You are the attacker.
Yeah, I always forget because I'm rarely the attacker for some reason.
It might be whoever the initiative is put on, like, you know, they
Yeah, it's
are the ones
whoever's-
rolling, but whatever.
Yeah. It's 16, 17, 18, 21, 22 psychic damage, and they have to move away from us. Specifically,
Is
little
that
Jeff.
because of a frightened thing?
Oh, you know what? It probably is.
Yeah.
It just says psychic damage, and it must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far away from you.
Okay.
No dangerous ground, none of that. I think it's like because the sound, maybe. It
We
doesn't
can say that
anything about
the
frightened.
Nereans will try to move away from you, but again, because this is a swarm, it's only going to be replaced by somebody else who's just swinging wildly.
Yeah. And then little Jeffrey will do his little like pew pew again.
Mm-hmm.
For oh my god, these die have a tankard for the 20. He got a nat 20, so
Okay.
Nice.
I think that's max damage and then roll? Is that right?
Yeah,
Or is
the
it-
double damage, double the dice.
Let's double the damage. That's 4. That'd be 12.
Okay.
Force damage. Oh, you did good.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
No. I think we're all okay. Okay enough.
Okay.
So, I'm just gonna work on my mimosa.
Okay. Let's see. In the background, we see a summer eladrin has ripped off their shirt to be like way more jacked than like an elf should be, and is going to like, what do you call it? Like pile drive the an Asimar that they have grabbed from a nearby table. Like it's just nobody knows who they're punching anymore. There are unconscious bodies littering the floor, like slumped over the bar and everything. There's a one dwarf behind the bar with a crossbow who is just not firing at anybody, just trying to make sure that like the really fine alcohol stays intact as people are flung into the bar itself and glass is crashing everywhere. It is the bar brawl's turn, so again, you all are going to have an attack on you with a +4 to it. So, Scarlet, that is a 16. Winnie, that is a 22. Proximus, that is a 20. Non-natural. And Marcus, that is a 6. So who's Scarlet?
That hit
Proximus
me.
Proximus not yet. Okay.
Did you roll
All
on
right.
little Jeffrey?
No, because there's only 4 attacks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bless.
I can add an attack if you want little
No,
Jeffrey to get
that's
hit.
fine.
No?
No.
You sure? All right.
He has better armor than I do, but no, I'm good.
Scarlet, you're going to take 19 points of slashing damage as a
My
beer bottle
18
comes at
AC?
you. What's that?
With my
Oh,
18 AC?
I'm sorry, you don't get hit. Never mind. So that 19 then will go to Winnie. So 19 slashing damage to Winnie. I don't think anybody else got hit.
I dodged it, but barely.
You got it out of the way. All right. And then I am also going to give them a liquid courage. So this is just kind of a bonus action sort of thing that they have the ability to... the way I'm going to flavor this is one of the dwarves who had fallen to the ground unconscious, like their hand unconsciously finds a nearby bottle of alcohol, and they just like they get this second wind in them and just go furiously drunkenly charging back into the fray. So with that then, give them a little more hit points, and Proximus is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna move my way up to that Narian soldier that was grappled, and I'm gonna grab him from behind, like grapple him.
Yeah, so you got Scarlet on one side, you got you on the other. He's in Lightning Lord.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that's nice. That's a 23.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
So I'm gonna grapple him. And I feel like this is like the hardcore, like WWE hardcore, thing. So I grapple him, grab his head, and just like kind of push it up against the table.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that was a great idea. I give him a wedgie. It's
okay, yeah.
Psychic damage.
Wedge away.
Yeah. No, that was a great idea. Thank you, Tangent. Well, what would that be? Like a D4?
Sure. Yeah, that feels like a D4's worth of damage.
Yeah, he takes 2 psychic
Okay.
wedgie damage. It's very uncomfortable.
Damage he will never again heal from.
I feel like I just ripped the whole waistband out. Like,
yeah, it's there's a girding of loins that was really taken advantage of there. Anything else for your turn, Proximus?
Yeah, bonus action. I will cast my aura and give everyone 10 temporary hit points in my party.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take those 10 hit points. Back in the corner, we see a way too attractive red tiefling who is punching both a Githyanki dressed in silver armor and a human with this like really like bangs, black haircut. Just like going to town on both of them, while there's this like really pissy vampire who's just like standing in the corner like he's too good for everything. In the other corner, we see an elf with a bear and also a half-elf twins, and there's a Goliath there, and they're punching like this half-orc and this blue tiefling, and like there's a guy with a gun. I don't know. It's weird. This will be Marcus's turn. Marcus, maintaining his flame blade, is going to strike out again. That is going to hit, and he will do his damage, whittling down this pool little by little. And we're back to Scarlet.
I wasn't hit, so I maintain Cloud of Daggers, thankfully.
Correct.
Plus, if I can find the D4s in this character sheet, 10. That is 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay.
And then
you have whittled this down to half its strength. You have half of the bar fight left.
oh, goody.
This is so much fun.
It's too close. Is the guy I pulled him close to me, right?
Yeah, and you basically have
within 10.
You
I pulled him 10 feet.
closer to you, and then Proximus is right behind him, currently pulling his undergarments to a painful degree.
With like an arm lock around the front.
Can I reach him?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
It's a roll on my end. That is a 22.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is 7 points of lightning damage.
All right. I'm not even gonna say it transfers to Proximus.
It can't take.
I was gonna say
until the
I
start
would
of the next
definitely
turn.
take it.
Okay. Yeah, as if you know.
Oh, I have advantage on the attack if he's wearing armor. Was he wearing armor made of metal? Not that it really
no.
matters. Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to know for
being a
visual
sailor,
purposes.
I don't think that he's wearing like traditional
True
sailor garb,
leathers.
so it's leathers. Yeah, not a lot of chainmail when you're fearful of falling over the side. All right. Anything else for your turn, Scarlet?
No, I'm just gonna add hurt to the already
I love this.
very small
Yes.
ego now. Maybe next
Yes,
time you'll think twice.
F this guy and this guy specifically.
His fruit of the looms exposed, his body electrocuted.
So embarrassing.
Winnie, it is your turn.
How did we feel about poison?
I mean, you can poison. Yep. They can't. Actually, it says nothing about them being immune to the poisoned condition. Technically, this is a bar. They're all a little poisoned because they're drunk.
So it's weird attacking a group. So I would like to upcast Ray of Sickness.
Okay.
Which I feel like is basically just tossing like a little packet of dubious origins into the center of the group.
Mm-hmm.
So if that
Yeah, but you're a bard now. There's such thing as the brown note. You could play like the green note. See if you can get everybody to.
Winnie is still trying to finish her mimosa. She's not pulling out her violin in the middle of a bar fight where it could get broken. Little Jeffrey's
Said no bard ever.
No bard ever said that. Yeah.
That's a 27.
27 will hit.
And we're upcasting for 48, which is 14 poison. Or
Okay.
yeah. Oh, and a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. With a +1 to that, so that's a 16.
You needed 18, so it is now poisoned until the end of my turn.
Okay. So what's the range on this? It's a ray, right? So does it go out
60 feet.
60 feet straight line, 60 feet cone?
Oh yeah, that's a good call. It just... Well, because it's supposed to be a creature. So it
That's
would
fine.
be...
I'm just wondering if... Okay, so...
I would
that's fine.
say a cone.
Okay, so Winnie, directing a cone of sickness, you start watching as all of these fights in this cone stop, and everyone just starts... Not going to go into detail about it, but
They're
just
sick. Is what you're saying.
evacuating.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. The smell is not great. Anything else for your turn?
She's going to set her mimosa down. And little Jeffrey...
Yeah, citrus does not go well with that, no.
Little Jeffrey is going to... he's really into this, so he's going to do another force strike. 12?
Yeah, 12 is exactly what you need.
Little man. And that is 6 force damage.
Okay.
I think that might be it for me for now.
Okay. Barbaral's turn then. So,
Sorry,
Scarlet,
y'all. Sorry, it's
There's a-
gross.
21 to hit Scarlet, so that will hit Scarlet. For Proximus, that is also a 21. And for Winnie, that is an 8. And for Marcus, come back. That is a 19. So I believe that's 3 hits then. So, Scarlet, you are going to take 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Proximus, you are going to take 19 points of slashing damage. And Marcus is going to take 17 points of slashing damage. All right. The bar fight has now devolved quite significantly because no one wants to step into the swamp that Winnie has created of former breakfast. There's an entire corner of the bar that's just like, we're not fighting there anymore. Everybody agreed? And the other people that are still in that corner are like, help us! Okay, I am going to have Marcus do his attack. Actually, I'm sorry, Proximus, it is your turn before Marcus. So what would you like to
Concentration saving throw. I made it to
Cool.
keep my. Why am I doing this? I am going. So I have him grappled, right?
Mhm.
Nice little wedgie. I'm actually going to shape water around his face.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm just gonna suffocate him with water for a while.
Okay. Well,
It's
good thing
dark.
I have my rules on drowning.
Petty.
Yes, super petty. Who's a fish boy now? Hmm?
All right. Well,
I
Proximus
prefer
drowns-
fish man,
drowns a man.
actually.
It's a shape of water thing. Okay.
Actually, yes, 100% shape water.
Cool. Okay. Well, this is why I have these rules. Alrighty then. Anything else for your turn?
No, I'm gonna just keep my grapple and shape water on his face.
Okay. I will see if he can break that grapple on his and the bar brawl's turn. Great. I'm gonna do Marcus's damage here because it's hard for him not to hit with the bonus that Flame Blade gives him. Scarlet, it is your turn.
Let's see if I can hold concentration. No, I cannot. That's only a 3. Well, 3 plus 8 plus 5, so that might work actually. That's what, 16?
Plus 8 plus 5. Yes, 16.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that holds.
I think so too. I can never remember.
I can't remember. Don't ask me
Concentration stuff is
Don't ask me how to play this class yet. I don't know.
concentration stuff is tough.
Poor Scarlet.
Poor Kaila. It's fine. It's Kaila who doesn't know.
So what is your Cloud of Dagger damage?
It is 9.
9. Okay. And what is your main turn?
I will just cast Thaumaturgy and make the floor shake. Maybe it'll get people's attention.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for, let's just say, trying to get attention, persuasion, or intimidation. I'll leave that to you.
I do persuasion. That is a 22.
Okay. I'll give them a wisdom thing to break that. Rolled a 23. So the ground shakes. The pile of gnomes and pile of kobolds both fall to the ground. The puking corner just goes, "Oh no!" and continues. But the fight continues on, though it is significantly dispersed at this point. Anything else for your turn? Cool. Winnie, it is your turn.
As effective as it was, Winnie is full of regret. And will not.
It's like you dosed a quarter of the bar with Ipecac. It's not great.
Quarter though. A quarter implies we could get another quarter, perhaps.
Damage-wise, maybe not the equivalent of a quarter, but I'm just thinking there is a corner of the bar.
When he said only
quarters.
a quarter?
Why not the entire island?
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Like there's people, because
Yeah.
there's the other people doing
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the sound of alone.
it. Right.
Hey, Proximus, you're gonna let him live, right?
Oh, 100%. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just checking.
I'm just trying to teach a lesson. That's all.
I think we've all learned something here today. Okay, well, you know what?
I looked up synonyms for, and Technicolor Yawn is on there, so
Nice. I actually like that.
Nice.
that's horrible. Shoot the cat.
Oh,
All right. Chunder. Play the whale.
Okay.
Chunder.
Chunder, I don't know.
Winnie is casting Blur on herself. And
The Chunder corner. No.
No. And little Jeffrey is going to shoot another tooth for 18 for 6.
I should know. Are you being lethal with the Nereans specifically? So I imagine most of your attacks have been
Winnie
directed
is
at them.
not being lethal to anybody, just to be explicit, because
Okay.
it seems safer that way. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that.
What was the damage?
6.
6. Alrighty then. We are back to the bar brawl. They're gonna get probably what's looking to potentially be their last round of attacks. We'll see. Scarlet, that's a 22. Proximus, that is a 12. Winnie, that is a 11. And Marcus is a 21. So I believe this is going to attack Scarlet and Marcus. So, Scarlet, you are going to take... Well, now, there we go. 20 points of bludgeoning damage. And Marcus will take 17 points of slashing damage. Which he does have uncanny dodge. So he is having that damage.
Good for him.
And Proximus, is your turn.
Yes. Since he promised Winnie that he wouldn't kill this human. He is going to drop the water, shape water, and ask him if he is done. Are you done? Are you done? What does he say?
Only 6 seconds? I could hold my breath for a minute and a half at least.
Humans. Eye roll. Huge eye roll. As he then does a shocking grasp.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Oh, gosh. That's 18 plus, what is my spell cast? Oh, plus 10. 28.
They had 4 hit points left. Proximus, how do you end this bar fight?
With a shocking grasp, of course. I feel like you can kind of see like his whole. Oh yes, so there is water everywhere, whether it's right? There's liquid everywhere.
There's liquid
right?
everywhere. Sure, yeah.
Right. So I shock the Nerian jock that's in front of me. Shock. I shock him, and then it tases everyone that's touching liquid, which I'm sure is probably me too.
Quite a few, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, we will say that you send a low-level electric charge.
Right.
Just emanates throughout the bar.
15 seconds.
You definitely get the Nerians, who all are just like sizzling a little bit, and you on the edge as well. At this point, everybody else is either is just hitting themselves, headbutting walls. The Minotaur, who has been rampaging, finally takes out one of the walls and leaves a Minotaur-shaped hole, and just goes charging into the town. It is about that time that everyone else is unconscious or close enough to it, that the constabulary arrive. And a group of dwarves in City Watch armor start to pile in with their batons and their shields, only to see you all are really one of the few left standing. There are a couple others as well. And they look to you and they say, "You there! What happened here?"
It was the Nerians.
The Nerians again.
Oh, those damn Nerians. All right, boys, round them up. And the dwarves start coming into the room and putting manacles on the unconscious Nerians, putting manacles on the gnomes and the kobolds and everything else. What would you all like to do?
Get some fresh air.
Okay. You stumble out of the bar, along with a few of the other individuals who either survived the fight, survived again, everybody survived, or didn't engage in the first place. What are you paying for, really? You all didn't even finish your meal. Any restaurant under the sun would just be it's on the house. All right, well, Winnie, it is a silver piece for your mimosa and omelet. All right.
Can I leave?
He was just terrified I'm gonna make more enemies out there.
As I said,
okay.
I would like to come back.
Well, Winnie, as you're going back in to place your silver on the bar, you feel somebody actually grab onto your arm very gently. It's not hey, stop there. An air genasi has stopped you, and she looks at you and she says, "Hey, I saw what you did back there. That was quite impressive, and just wanted to say hi."
Yeah, hi, I'm sorry. It was really gross.
Oh, no, that part was disgusting. I was talking about the other, the not effluviated parts.
Oh, yes, hi, I'm Winnie. And he's just gonna make sure her hands are clean, even though she didn't touch anything gross, but after everything,
yeah.
And eating an omelet, I guess with her bare hands, I'm implying. But
so she says, I'm Tavia. It's nice to meet you. And she has this long, and I say windswept, she's an air genasi, so there is like a constant breeze about her. And it's sort of like a magical wind that is constantly like feathering her hair, which is this
I love her.
very beautiful, like white and blue. She's wearing a shorter coat, which kind of bunches out almost like a dress might, like a ballroom gown might, right at the hips. It doesn't go like all the way down. It's just kind of like punches out a little bit. And wearing fingerless gloves, and she has a little pseudo dragon, which is wrapped about her shoulders. And it's just kind of there like a parrot might be. And she has a number of individuals standing behind her. Anyway, just wanted to introduce, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Say thanks for resolving all of that. Never mind anyone, showing it to the Nereans.
Would you like to come get some fresh air with my friends and I? Because it's kind of gross in here.
It does smell like recycled omelet. It does.
Yeah,
And
let's never
yes.
use that phrase again. But yes.
All right.
How many people would you say?
Are with Tavia?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cool.
6, I think, including Tavia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, including Tavia.
Hello, little pseudo dragon. What's your name?
Oh, him? This is... I'm sorry, her. This is Clementine. She does not talk for herself, but it's this, like, very, like, soft orange-colored pseudo-dragon.
Huh. That's a pretty neat name.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's your thing's name?
Oh, this is little Jeffrey. She's gonna elbow him. Say hi, little Jeffrey.
Hi, little Jeffrey.
We're working on that. He's yeah.
He puts out a little, like, webbed mechanical hand, and she goes to shake it, and he dabs.
Missing a few of his little shark teeth.
It's just the front ones, yeah.
He just gets more and more like a real toddler every day, but like in the weird ways.
I can't say my essence now.
Proximus, Scarlet, look! I made some new friends.
Oh, hello. We're not
Hi there.
normally this violent. I just wanted to let you know.
No judgment here.
They're not mad about it. Are you mad about
Nobody
it?
died as far as I can tell.
Yes. My name is Proximus.
You are the ones who came in on those really beautiful looking toll ships, were you? What was it? The Redemption? Something's Mercy?
Yes, that's us. And a good way for us to like you is to butter us up about our ships.
She's gonna look over at Scarlet and see what Scarlet's reaction to that is.
Maybe let's not tell people what ships we come on until we know their motives.
Oh, well, I mean...
Listen, I'm not trying to... I will put all of my cards out on the table. I know that you came in on those ships. I don't know specifically who you are, but I know you have another ship currently in dry dock. And to show my hand, this here is what remains of my crew after my last ship was no longer in my possession. And
Who has your ship?
after what I saw, I was looking for employment.
Where is your ship now? Is that rude? I feel like that's probably a rude question. But also, if we ever see it, we could, like, help you get it back.
If you see it, I pity you. I lost it in a Kraken attack that we were barely able to escape. And here we are.
Krakens,
The
huh?
recent thing?
It's been a couple of months of being here, hoping for somewhere else. We figured that Tomalto was going to be one of the better places to stop because of so much trade that comes through, and everybody's
Makes
looking for
sense.
something here and there, but I'm not looking to be a cabin girl again. I've lived that life already, and I am a captain, and it is rare that somebody comes along with a ship that doesn't already have one. Until you all. And you all just punched some Nerean sailors in the face multiple times, which it seems like our values align, and I'm more than happy to submit to any inquiries you would like, or if you'd like to do a background check. My background is it's urchin. So I had a pet mouse for a little while. It's weird that it came with that.
So you don't mind if I cast Zone of Truth, do you?
Truth your zones, whatever you need to do. It is weird that we're doing this literally right outside the door of a tavern, but if you'd like to go
Yes.
somewhere, that's fine.
No, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
but
Yeah.
windswept cliffside or something that like
We have
doesn't
2
smell
ships.
of eggs. We could go on a
I
ship.
mean, technically we have 3, but
Well, one is still in
I
Dreadlock.
kind of want
We'll
to
imagine that one.
stay away from the one for at least a
yeah,
day.
for a while. Yes.
And I kind of want to keep an eye. I'll say this in my player voice. That was weird. It went so low. I would like to keep an eye on like the other 6 people and just sort of see like if
5.
they're
6 in total.
the other 5 people. And just see if they're like enthusiastic about this conversation, if they are looking mistrustful of us.
Yeah, for the sake of me doing conversations just between myself, you would see that there is Tavia, who is an air genasi. Behind her is a mask-presenting drow, which would probably raise some flags, potentially some of them red, if not yellow, especially for Proximus. Along with them is a green dragonborn who stands like a head above everyone else. Several heads below him is a femme-presenting dwarf. Maybe one head above that is a tabaxi, with this very like Black Panther-esque fur to them. And then there is a about the same, a little bit shorter than the dragonborn, but much wider, is a femme-presenting turtle.
I love all of them, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, Winnie's a walker and a talker, so, you know.
Let's walk and talk.
Also, I really appreciate you describing all of the crew, but also, do any of them seem enthusiastic about our conversation or hesitant?
Yeah.
Or yeah. Okay.
I mean, like I said, you're getting
like, wait, that
you would
wasn't
get
the
weird
answer to my
vibes off of
question.
you would get weird
They're all
vibes
looking
off of
for
the
work.
drow.
Yeah.
Yes, they are all following the captain along. They are following you as you speak. I would say the most stoic of them is probably the dragonborn.
Mhm.
The dwarf has like a number of like pouches and pockets and things like that. Has this like massive crossbow, almost as big as she is, strapped to her back. The tabaxi is like almost playing with his own tail. Like every time that he walks, he like swishes a paw at it, like behind himself. The turtle, also stoic, but in like I'm having trouble keeping up sort of way.
Oh.
Not like mentally, but like slow moving, right? Big shell. And I would say a lot of cracks in the shell as well, which seem to have been patched. But yeah, what you present to be, or you presume to be the first mate, the drow, has a very like stern look to them that I think, again, Proximus, you would kind of recognize, having been I think the only member in your party to ever encounter drow before. There's a subtle danger to them.
And just for a little exposition, what would Winnie, having not personally encountered the drow, what might her, from Fall Emerald or just her forays around the ocean,
Yep.
what would
History.
Yeah. That is a 15.
Winnie, drow are boogeymen in elven children's stories.
Mhm.
Like, the drow are the dark elves who live beneath, your bed. They live in the dark places where no elf would ever go, and they drag bad elven children down to those dark places where they're never heard from again, where all the spiders live. They're scary. They're also, like, as far as anybody in Fall Emerald is considered, they're legendary. Like, as an adult, you're like, oh, I don't believe in drow anymore. Like, yeah, my older brothers would just tell me that to pick on me, but no, all the drow went away when the deluge happened. It flooded the Underdark. Like, of course it did.
I mean, I'm pretty sure my brothers also told me that the manatees would speak to me, like, at midnight on Midsummer if I had just stayed up and, like, listened to them and fed them candies that they weren't really supposed to have, and they never did. So
yeah, Siren hid in the seaweed was like, Winnie, would you like to know the secrets of the sea?
she did. She really did want to know the secrets of the sea.
The secret is you're a butthead.
That doesn't sound like something that Manny Tevito would say. That sounds like something Siren would say. You forgot about Manny DeVito, didn't you? Yeah. I did not.
Oh,
Apparently.
Whatever, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm telling moms.
Anyway, that's what you would know about drow.
Okay. Winnie is enamored with the potential for new friends and is just going to chat about inane things as they walk to somewhere that Proximus can cast his Zone of Truth, unless someone else would like to say something, like, relevant.
I definitely cast Zone of Truth as we're walking.
Is it
That
something
way-
that can move?
No.
Oh, it's on something? Oh gosh.
Yeah,
that's
it's
dumb.
it's like
it's a specific zone.
and it stays. It doesn't move with
that makes
you.
sense. 15. Wow.
If you want to do it in the middle of the road, you're gonna have some really awkward confessions from, like, passersby.
I don't think people could feel compelled to confess.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
it's
just
just like,
I don't
talking
think
and
that's
then they're
how
like,
that works.
It's in mid-sentence. It's like, oh, I was never loved my wife. Whoa, wait.
What?
Yeah,
Mm.
you are not compelled to speak the truth. You just cannot lie.
You cannot lie.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's
do
go.
love the idea.
Let's go somewhere. Yeah, I thought I could just.
Yeah, for the sake of us getting close to time, we can say that you can head back to the dry docks and cast the spell there, so Acacia can join whatever interrogation you would like to have next time. But yes, you absolutely may cast Zone of Truth. I will say the entirety of the crew choose to fail, with the exception of the first mate, who is going to try to succeed, but does not.
Charisma 18. Yeah.
Winnie will also choose to fail. I mean, 'cause she's going to be in the zone. She doesn't care.
Yeah, that'll fail.
Yeah, definitely.
Does little Jeffrey count?
Can he be charmed?
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically, yeah.
He can't
Yeah,
be
he would-
exhausted or poisoned, but he can be charmed.
Okay, then yeah.
What was it?
Do you want to
should
roll
be
for him?
Wisdom?
18 charisma.
Oh.
You're not gonna have Jeffrey just, like, automatically fail?
I think he wants
has
to he
secrets.
wants to be a big boy. But he also has a -2 to charisma, so he was already gonna fail, but now he, like, super duper fails.
I'm bad at lying.
You are absolutely right, Jeffrey. And he Proximus pats him on the head.
Okay, what would you all like to ask these individuals.
As much as I would love to do questions, should we start that portion of things next week?
We absolutely can. Just wanted to see if there's anything else you wanted to do to set up this scene.
Yeah.
Are any of them dirty from the battle?
I think we all might be a little dirty.
Yeah, I think
We all just
you've
gonna
all
be
got-
doing group presidigitation over here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Just
Okay.
Scarlet and Proximus just booping
Yeah,
people.
just like, do
Clean
you
now.
mind? Are you okay? I will clean you now. Yes.
So everybody perfectly cleaned.
Nobody likes
Okay.
that smell.
All right,
Winnie
well,
will
then-
work on mending little Jeffrey and fixing his teeth, but other than that,
Sure, you're just popping in new ones like bullets into a revolver. Sure,
pulling them out of his bag
Yeah.
of holding.
great.
Out of his
He's a
own
shark. They
mouth.
he's got more rows.
Well, yeah, but like,
They just pop in.
I love the idea of just like this like tooth Gatling gun sort of situation.
Yeah, he's like a Nerf.
By love, I mean
Shark.
I hate it. I hate it a lot.
Oh.
Also, 3 seasons and 13 episodes into season 3, and I'm pretty sure that's the first time he has actually used any of his like actual attack moves. So
Good for Jeffrey.
Oh,
It's a Gatling gum. It's
no,
gums.
that's
What we're gonna end for this week. Thank you for joining us. I do want to reiterate that you can support this cast, this crew, but through Pally. Pally.gg is a wonderful tool that we use, which distributes anything that you are generous enough to tip based on shares amongst our cast and crew. It is the way we have chosen to support our players before our channel has been able to break even. Please consider doing so. You can do so even when we're not playing, and any impact that you have, whether it be advantages, crits, or even black spots, gets fast forwarded to the next game. So consider that. I'm gonna have these people go around, say a little bit about their lovely selves, where you can find more of them. Then we'll do some channel news because we've got a lot of stuff happening tomorrow. Sword and Spooky starts tomorrow. It's October tomorrow. Jesus, month went fast. I will get to all that. But Kaila, I'm gonna go weirdly out of order today. If you don't mind going first.
We'll do weirdly out of order. That is fine.
Yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Kaila. Many faces, many places in the TTRPG realm, but you can just find me here for now. Retired officially from streaming and whatnot, so I'm just here. It's fine, Eva. You can post it. Just don't follow my Twitch. You can follow my Twitter because there's still a lot of posting there. And I'm on other social medias as well, because we all know that Twitter is just a giant burning garbage fire at this point. If you cannot find me at KMC @_, you'll find me then. But yeah, I have been your Siren Sorcerer for the night.
I absolutely have been. Do you want to announce your game? Our games? You have 2 games coming up.
Right. I have a game coming up. I have a game with Derek next Sunday. It is kind of all cards on the table. Watch at your own discretion. It could get deep. We don't know. There's no lines or veils because I trust Derek, and there's plenty of safety tools.
There are. It's hard to put content warnings into what is essentially like traumatizing your friends. Please take care of yourself.
They've
for that
been
one.
And then-
pre-discussed lines and veils.
Yes.
This was
Yeah.
something that we discussed heavily. It's not just something we're just like, fuck it. No, this was definitely a very long discussion between
Kayla and I
Derek
sat in person. We held knives to each other. And we said, "If you hurt me, I'll kill you." And we said that at the same time. And then,
and
No,
then,
we can't do
and then
it.
cut your hand.
yeah, the pact was made.
Drops
We're
of blood.
we're
Yeah.
blood brothers at this point.
Yes.
And then on Friday the 13th, you can find me GMing my first ever game here on Sword and Key. We will be playing actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf, and it's going to be one hell of a time.
It absolutely will be. Fantastic. Thank you, Kelly. Mikyl.
Hi, fam. I can't follow that. You can find me at Mikyl Sandoval on Twitter and Instagram and Blue Sky and Tumblr, and I do some art, and I leave it there. But more importantly, I post everything art-wise that I do on the Sword and Key Discord channel. So please drop by and check it out.
Absolutely. And of course, Mikyl does do the art for this game and an upcoming game, so definitely check out his stuff. We are always appreciative of his wonderful talents and his generosity in sharing them with us. Eva.
Hi, hello. I'm Eva Serrate. You can find me all sorts of places these days. Streaming mostly always here because I am the other half of Sword and Key. Otherwise, I think beacons.ai/Eva Serrate is my general catch-all at the moment. I, too, will be running a game for Sword and Spooky, except, what's scarier, really, than our addiction to reality TV? And also, llamas. Did you know they don't have hooves? They don't. They have fingers. They're not really called fingers. Probably maybe toes, but still, it sounds creepier if I say fingers, right? So I will be doing Drama Llamas October 20th at 10 a.m. Pacific with a llama-studded cast. And we're doing a reality cooking competition where everyone is a llama. Yep.
That was almost the first red card on this show. Fantastic. Thank you, Eva. Hi, everybody. I'm Derek Sword. I use he, him pronouns. I have been your GM for this game. If you want to find me, beacons.ai/Derek Sword, all one word. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Discord. That's a weird place. That's a weird thing to say. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Instagram, but mostly I do Sword and Key stuff and then just repost it from my personal account. It's just how I live these days. So I highly recommend you check out Sword and Key. Again, you can find all the Sword and Key stuff through beacons.ai/Sword and Key. On most social media, the words are separated by underscores, sword, underscore, and underscore key. And yeah, you can find out more about our games. You can join our Discord through our beacons and hang out with cool folks, see Mykyl's artwork, all that kind of stuff, joining games. We have a lot of cool things going on over in our Discord. And like I said, Sword and Spooky starts tomorrow, October 1st. So we have a month-long campaign, charity campaign, for Patty Aware Foundation. That is an ocean protective based charity because the ocean is terrifying but also beautiful and in need of protection. So definitely check out all of the games that we have. Again, our Discord's going to be Discord and Twitter. Well, actually, all our social media is probably going to be the best place, but Discord's going to be the first place that will post any stuff about this, and also a place where you can join in discussions about all of our games. So I highly recommend you head over there and hang out with some cool folks. To list the things going on tomorrow, I will be running at 10 a.m. Pacific time a game of Lycanthropes. It's a one-page game created by Ursa Dice that is basically just about how hard it is to be a person cursed as a werewolf dealing with the problems of just being an adult in America. Again, that's 10 a.m. tomorrow Pacific time. We also have the release of Monster Crush tomorrow. Monster Crush is a podcast I do with my friend Heavenly, who actually, I'm going to announce this here, does unfortunately have to step back from the podcast, so I will be having a new co-host here soon. But we at least have a new episode coming out tomorrow. Those are every other week episodes on Sundays. Then let's see, on Fridays, almost every Friday throughout the month of October, we do actually have watch parties going on our Discord for Halloween movies. You can find out what those movies are when you join our Discord. The only exception is going to be Friday the 13th, which is claimed for Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf, as Kaila mentioned before. Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf is at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time on Friday. So for that week, we're actually going to be watching a Friday the 13th movie on Thursday the 12th. I think it's safer that way. Other things, Horizon's Call is going to be playing throughout the month. I'm pretty sure. We'll post if we can't make it. As Kaila mentioned before, Mara, which is a wonderful two-person game about a sleeper and their nightmare. She and I will be running that on October the 8th at 6 p.m. Pacific time. October the 8th is also the premiere of our new Humblewood campaign, Humblewood the Unwelcome Winter, which is a 12-week campaign that I'm also running because I don't like free time. Humblewood the Unwelcome Winter, we're going to post about that tomorrow with our cast. Mikyl is doing the character art for that, so you get to check that out. It is going to be a wholesome, cozy little adventure about ending a 3-year winter in a world populated by anthropomorphic little creatures. Let's see. Mentioned Actual Cannibal, mentioned movies. Pulp Cthulhu, which will be a 2-part game, starts on October the 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That is a Saturday. So the Saturday is at 10 a.m. on the 21st and 28th. That is an author game. So we will have some published authors. And I believe that's being run by Anik, if you're familiar with Anik. And that is it's like Call of Cthulhu, but a little simplified. Pulp Cthulhu. It's a great game. We have Night of Fright at 3 p.m. Pacific time on the 22nd, which is D&D Scooby-Doo that Mikyl will be in as the titular Succubi, which is a gnoll in this version. Everybody is a D&D race and class, but it's based off of the characters from Scooby-Doo. So I have a wonderful cast for that, and that'll be after Humblewood on the 22nd. I should have mentioned Humblewood's 12-week campaign. We have 4 p.m. Pacific time, a game of Sunken on Thursday the 26th, which will be run by Mare. And then that pretty much rounds us out for October. That is, I think Sunken will be we'll have a movie night after that, and then I guess Pulp Cthulhu. Pulp Cthulhu essentially will end our Halloween campaign. Again, we are raising money for Patty Aware Foundation. And you can donate to that and get the incentives for all of the games throughout the month. It does not have to happen during the game. So we'll post that link here shortly. I believe there's actually an ad for Lycanthropes, just a promo for Lycanthropes just went out 7 minutes ago. So check all that stuff out. We've got a lot of exciting stuff going on this month. It's a very busy month for Sword and Key, but we really are trying to do a big push for a great organization and more great organizations to come in the future. Check us out next week for more Horizons Call. Mare will be back then. And until that time, were we raiding anybody?
Yes. Tonight we are going to raid Sassy Pants 1996, part of our side quest charity team.
Sure.
And they are part of doing a 48-hour charity TTRPG event. I believe they might actually have a giveaway going on at the moment. And I believe they are also doing D&D right now.
Okay. All right.
At the moment. So
go show some support over there. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Until next time, everybody. Fair winds and following seas. Take care of yourselves.